We got the host. I'm gonna put your face on for
You're
the
the host.
recording.
You're the host, man. I'm just your sidekick.
You're. This is yours. You're the one that organized it, got everybody here. This is your baby.
Dan, you are the second in command there.
Second in command.
I'm the second in command, is what he's saying. Actually, Mark is the second in command. I'm the silent guy today because I want to have good behavior. I don't want to.
That's right. Behave yourself. Yeah. Did you start the recording yet, by the way?
I'm going to go and do the recording afterwards because now I'm able to stream on Odyssey and Rumble.
Oh, okay.
So I can download it and I can do a proper edit with this to where it's not. Well, before, you know how I was hitting record and pause and unpause, I don't have to do that now. So.
Cool.
What solution did you come up with for streaming on multiple platforms at once? I know we were discussing this.
Got some OBS plugin or something.
Ago.
It's on my gaming one. Tan said that wasn't good for the tech talk, so that was you. You're the one that said that wasn't good for the tech talk.
Oh yeah, I remember last week.
So now
Becky.
I can tell you what it is. It's multiple output on OBS, and then they've got another one for vertical. So, like right now, I'm just using the multiple output because I.
Hello, Ryan.
Hey now.
Wow, we got everybody here. We got a crowd today.
So.
Who brought pizza?
Yes, that's right. Virtual pizza. Okay, I think we got almost everybody here. I think we should start, Roger.
You're the one starting.
Okay, so, all right, I'll do the intro. Well, hello everybody, and welcome to our weekly Minds Roundtable live stream. And we're fortunate enough to have today with us Ryan, Saleh, and Bashi to join us to talk about the Minds Network. By the way, this episode is episode 17 of our Minds Roundtable, right, Roger?
Yep.
Right. So we have Mark Edwardy also on the stream, and also Do Better. Welcome everybody. My name is Tan, just in case you guys haven't met me before. I've been with just for Ryan's sake. I think we've interacted briefly on Minds as well, and also on GitLab. I've joined Minds in 2020, I think.
Nice.
And I've been helping out a little bit and trying to promote the platform. Cool. All right. What's the? I guess since the change of the token system and the revamp of the subscription based, maybe worth going through all the levels of subscription that we have right now, starting from Mind Plus, Mind Pro, and then moving along with the new network thing. So I have a couple of screenshots that I've taken from the site, and maybe we can talk about a little bit about that right here. All right, so here's your Mind subscription levels, and so we got Minds Plus starting at right now $5 a month. All right, I'll turn it over to Ryan or Bashi. Maybe as I show the screenshot, maybe talk a little bit of the details of each of these different levels and how they're different, right?
Yeah, Bashi, you want me to, or you want to handle it?
I guess I can, and you can say when I say something incorrect. Hopefully not. So yeah, we have Minds Plus, which is the basic subscription. No, well,
Anything changed since the like the changeover of the new system? Anything
Well-
changed in the Plus subscription?
Well, we have the boost credits now. So how much we are paying for the Minds Plus, and I believe Minds Pro as well. That's how many boost credits you get. So if you pay $7 a month, you will get on every renewal the boost credits that you can use for boosting.
Okay.
If you do yearly, it's $60 per the renewal, like, because yearly is 60.
So in the Plus, we have in terms of video upload, we got 1080p videos up to 95 minutes per video. Or is this still accurate from the website?
You know where might be the better place to check? Let me.
Yeah.
Can I link it in this chat? Would that be a good place?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Cool. So we recently created these new product pages, and we're able to, I think, highlight the differences between the different tiers better than ever before. Because, yeah, we definitely had some confusion about what exactly they meant. And yeah, I mean, I think Bash did a good job of kind of covering the basic features, but like Minds Plus is generally a product for kind of a handful of different types of people. Largely, a lot of the people that subscribe to Minds Plus are just people that want to support Minds, and this is a very good way to support Minds, obviously. I appreciate that very much. But also, you know, further down from, okay, I want to support Minds, but like, what else is in it for me? What a lot of people want with a subscription product on Minds is more reach and earning opportunities. And so that's kind of how we've defined the product over the past year or so and made some modifications and changes to it. And exactly what Bashi was talking about with the boost credits was an attempt to address that desire for more reach, right? So we've got the boost platform on Minds. It's a really good way to amplify your activity posts, get more eyeballs on them, get more engagement and stuff like that. And by including the boost credits with your subscription, basically means that if you're into boosting, like the subscription kind of pays for itself, and gives you that additional reach. And then also for some people, so the other thing about it is that it lets you publish paywalled Minds Plus content. Okay. And for a lot of people, like especially people that are just getting started on Minds, they don't have a large subscriber base. Being able to publish into that paywall content gets you on the Minds Plus feed, which we have, you know, an active community of Minds Plus members watching that feed. So it's kind of a good way to get in front of some people, again, if you don't already have a subscriber base of your own.
What about the video uploads?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm actually a little bit fuzzy on the video differences. Because I think at some point we had certain differences for. So according to this chart that I linked, and I think I double checked this with the text side when I was putting it together. Yeah, it looks like
2060 and 60.
Yeah, I haven't tested that recently, so I guess I can't promise that that's accurate, but that was my understanding. And that was the feedback when I put this thing together. But yeah, the goal is definitely to get people more video uploads. And I'll also maybe foreshadow and just mention that like video is actually one of the most expensive parts of running Minds, running a social network. And uploading video on Minds is actually quite expensive for us. So probably in the near future, we're going to be looking into it. You know, it's not the happiest news for everybody, but we'll probably have to have more restrictions on how much video people can upload as a free user. So then the Plus and the Pro differences are going to be even more meaningful in that case.
Okay, in terms of live streaming, maybe even before we go into that, is the cost primarily on the storage or on the encoding of the video, or what?
Yeah, with so we use Cloudflare as our video provider, and typically in video there's like kind of like 3 different areas where you end up paying. There's like the upload, there's the transcoding like you referenced, and then there's the serving of the video. So every time somebody watches your video, it costs money too. With Cloudflare, I believe we don't pay for the transcoding. So we just pay for storage and how many minutes are viewed of your content. And so likely the way that limitations are going to show up on Minds is that, as a free account, you might be only able to upload X number of minutes of content. And if you want to upload more than that, you're going to have to probably delete old content or something like that. And then we'll be able to have higher limits for the Plus and Pro subscribers.
I see. And the quality is the same?
I'm sorry?
Is the quality the same for all different origins?
Yeah, I think since we switched to Cloudflare, and this is where I wish I was a little bit clearer, but I think since we switched to Cloudflare, the quality actually doesn't matter because they just bill on minutes and not on quality, like 1080p versus 720 or anything like that.
Good thing. Okay, Mark, you have a question for Ryan?
Yeah. Just something that occurred to me. I know this isn't going to affect very many users, but for those users that have had token-based lifetime subscriptions to Minds Plus and Minds Pro, everything should be the same except for the credits.
Do we still have the token-based?
Yeah, it's still there.
It does still exist, yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, I think for the lifetime subscribers, when we rolled out the boost credits, we did sort of like a one-time boost credits thing, but yeah, just because there's no renewals on it, it's not going to happen again. Yeah.
Okay. And is that true for all new token-based users?
That's actually a good question. I don't think we are currently doing it for the new token-based subscribers, but that might be something we can
to think about.
Yeah.
Okay, Ryan. Moving on to Pro. We used to have, and it's still on the site there, our ability to build our own website. Is this still a thing for Pro subscribers?
Yes and no. So this is actually one of the areas where we've been working on a pretty significant change, not just for Minds or not just for Pro, but for Minds broadly.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you look at that first page I linked to, the upgrades page, and you see the difference between Plus and Pro, really the differences currently at this very moment are that as a Pro member, because you're paying more, you end up with more boost credits. And you get more Supermind offers, as well as this website that you refer to. So yeah, it does still exist, but frankly, not a lot of people use it. Like even our Pro subscribers aren't really using it and finding it that valuable. And so we were trying to think of what could we do that would make this more valuable?
Oh, was there some technical challenge? Because I remember Moose asking about that and him not being able to do it. I think is there some technical limitation of the Pro being able to build their own site and things like that?
I think for the most there was an issue setting up the domain.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. So setting up the websites is fairly easy, but then being able to make it show up on your own custom domain, that was where we had some technical issues, and a lot of it came down to it was security issues. So if you would give, let's say, example.com, you wanted your website to serve on there, then we have to figure out how to log into Minds via example.com in a way that is secure and isn't prone to clickjacking and other security issues that I'll be honest, Mark Harding, our CTO, he certainly knows a lot more about how those are problems than I do. But that had caused some issues for us. And that said, go ahead.
I'm presuming that's all related to implementation of SSL certificates, mainly.
Possibly.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not totally sure.
I guess. Yeah, I guess so. I guess I mean, from the domain registrar's point of view,
Yeah.
just they just they just forward you the HTTPS traffic to Minds, but I guess from Minds. From Minds.
I know in the past I've on my own service, my own server, I've had problems with SSLs in relation to fraud and stuff. But yeah,
Okay. But yeah, so I would say sort of a combination of like those security issues with the domains, but also just like frankly the limited functionality of those websites. Like they just haven't been used that much. And we started so now I guess the next step of this explanation, I'm going to actually go back a few months ago to when we rolled out ActivityPub on Minds. As you may, I'll just recap what that means for anyone who doesn't understand. ActivityPub is effectively, it's like an open protocol for decentralized social networks. Think of it like social networks can behave more like email servers rather than just like insular commenting boxes, right? So if you're posting on one ActivityPub site, you can publish, and then someone on a different ActivityPub site, let's say Mastodon, for example, can subscribe to your updates. You can communicate back and forth together. You have an address. It's like an email address, and that's kind of like the metaphor that I think explains it the best. But anyway, we rolled out that functionality because we saw that there were a number of bigger players kind of adopting, or at least signaling that they were going to be adopting ActivityPub, and we thought that would be a good way to improve the reach and growth of Minds. But it also unlocked a new strategy that we hadn't really been thinking of that suddenly made a lot of sense, and that was we're using the term multi-tenant to describe it, but basically what we're doing is we're working on this new app or this new program product called Networks. And if you want to go to just change your URL from upgrades to Networks,
I have it here.
Page. Oh, beautiful. Oh, I like the presentation. Cool. Yeah, so we've got now, this is what we've been working on, which is Minds Networks, which is basically enabling other people to stand up their own versions of Minds that you can run on your own URL. So it doesn't have to be minds.com. You could have it at example.com. And because of ActivityPub, they're able to actually still interoperate. So it's like you're not just standing up a new community that's kind of like siloed. It's like you're standing up a new area where you get to manage the branding, the presentation. You get to set your own community guidelines. Like if you want to have different rules and guidelines than what's on Minds, you can do all that. And then you're still connected with the wider Fediverse through ActivityPub. And that was actually really cool. And so that's what we're working on right now. And as you can see here on the screen that you've got, we've got a number of different tiers for it. So we've got like a team tier, community tier, and enterprise, which we're now calling business. And these tiers are basically based on usage, similar to what I was describing with the video usage. It's like the more you use an app like this, the more it costs us. And the things that we're billing on, what you see as the features there, are all the things that basically cost us money, the more that they get used. And so each tier grants you, more usage-based. And again, this is I promise this ties back to the Pro, in that we've got at our lowest tier, the entry level tier here is called the Team tier, and that's for $50 a month. You can get your own Minds network, hosted on your own domain. You're basically any users that you get to join that would be your users, but I think primarily this team-based tier is designed to be kind of like the home base for one person or just a small handful of people, right? It's not enough usage that you would have tens of thousands of users on your network. It's good for a handful of people. And this tier is going to become a benefit of being a Minds Pro subscriber.
Cool.
And that will be replacing the website.
I see. Right. That's very cool.
If you guys want, I can present my network that I have for myself. So
yeah, go ahead, Bashi.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
Nice.
So like this is my little network at social.bashings.com. I like don't have much here, but my use case is to just have things that I want to be able to share wherever I want on my own little thing. And
Okay.
that is going to share back to mine. So like, for example, recipes. I have a page for recipes. I also posted this one just to showcase. This is from a main mine site. And it nicely synchronized.
Wait. Right now, is it interoperating with the main Minds network?
Yes.
Your Minds
so
network.
This, for example, is my account on Mines.
Right.
On my own network.
Okay.
And this is my account from my network on Mines.
Nice.
Cool. It's already works that way. It already interoperates.
Yeah.
Ryan's mentioned that you're working on it, but it looks like it's working.
I am presuming that the network administrator can choose and pick and choose individual community members to synchronize with. So let's say Fran had a Minds account and also comes over to Barshi's network. Barshi then can choose to allow synchronization between the two.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly right. Like, I think right now it's a pretty basic toggle. It's just like federation is on or off. We imagine in the future people are going to want to be able to, block certain servers. So if you didn't want to interoperate with a particular server, you could do that. As well, what else was I going with that? I had another response to you.
Allowing some users to whitelist, blacklist users from federating.
Right. Are you able to show us the admin interface, Bashi?
Yes.
How would a user sign up to your network, or do you have to allow them first?
Right now, no. Hold on, I'm going to stop sharing and show the other user. So
while you're pulling that up, the other thing I was going to mention, Mark, was that as a network owner, you can ban individual users also that you don't want. So whether they're users on your network or users that are on an activity pub sort of interrupting, something like that.
Interestingly, I've been following your GitLab progress on this, and I've noticed you've been publishing a lot of tickets and merge requests in relation to that. And I've been quite interested in your work in relation to the terms of service and allowing administrators to be able to create and modify their own terms of service agreements.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So this is the admin console, this is what you wanted to see, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's great.
Okay, so general settings to set a name, make features users. So that's the users that are showing in logged out state, I believe, right? Ryan?
Yeah, so featured users are users that you'll see in the guest mode. So if you're not logged in, you'll see them. And then they're also, if a new user joins the network, they'll automatically be subscribed to your featured users. So it's like a kind of a good way to bootstrap your social graph.
Cool.
Yeah. It works.
Domain.
You can set your own domain. So I have my domain configured. Appearance, logos, light mode, dark mode, and the primary color.
Okay.
Roles, you can set the roles. Like so far, it's just these options to set, but I think that's going to extend, right?
Yep. Yeah, there's likely to be a lot more stuff that we'll add to this over time. But the basic idea with the roles is that you could have, the default role for anyone who registers, you could limit what they do on your network if you want to. You could just make it so that all they can do is upvote and comment. And then maybe in order to post or create groups, you could make it so that they would have to be a verified user. And then Bash is showing right here how you can find a user and then update their roles.
Okay.
Especially the administrator moderator makes sense. Just in case you've got multiple, you work in a team and you need to have multiple administrators.
Yep. And then Bashi, do you mind going back to that guidelines tab real quick? I'll just mention this because this answers the question or the thing that Mark was mentioning, is that by default, your network is going to have basically the same like community guidelines, terms of service, and privacy policy as a Minds.com does. But because, this is about giving people control over their own stuff, we're letting them modify all three of those things. So this is the screen where they would be able to, if they wanted to set up their own community guidelines, like say, you want to have a space where people don't talk about politics. You can write that into your rules. It's like, don't talk about politics here because we don't want that, or don't talk about football. And then you have to specify whether you're talking about American football or UK football, but the entire world football versus American football. And we'll do the same for privacy policy and terms of service. Yeah.
But with the does the terms of service of the local Minds network have to be have any resemblance to the main Minds network terms of service? Can it be something that goes against the main Minds network terms of service?
I believe it can. I think where there's going to be some limits is like the terms of service aren't going to be able to allow things that would be illegal for us to do, right? Like you can't have the terms of service allow, let's say, content piracy or something like that,
right? Or terrorism.
Because they're still technically hosted by Minds Inc. It's generally going to stay within the rules as set out by the state of Connecticut.
I guess does Minds review the individual network's terms of service, or
no? How
does it know when something is not right in a particular
legal issue that they related to?
Like, could you be harboring a group of terrorists using your Minds network to orchestrate their stuff?
Yeah, certainly. Hopefully not. We do still have the reporting system, and as you can see here in the admin tool, if people report things on your network, it's going to go into your moderation queue, and you can deal with those things. If things are reported for categories that are illegal, I believe those reports are going to go to the network admin as well as Minds, so that we have some visibility on things that, again, we just can't allow.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that because I reported myself for illegal.
It is an important issue about that, yeah.
Because I was trying to show the report.
Yeah, you're testing, right? You're testing the network.
I don't know that the report system is working right now.
I'm also curious. Curious about support contracts between Minds Inc. and the network holders. Is there any extra support contractual obligations there?
I mean, the short answer is yeah, probably, but I don't know the specifics. I know Jack, he's been working with legal on putting together the exact terms, and there might even be something in GitLab that captures that. But yeah, there will be like sort of a specific set of terms between Minds and an owner of a network.
Okay, that's cool. So I asked the question in a group. I think Bashi answered it, but just for the sake of the stream and completeness. So it's $50 per month for the network owner to sign up, and he can sign up as many users as he wants on his network, up into 250 users or something like that.
Technically, it's unlimited users. The limit is it comes down to the usage, right? So if you have 1 million people who don't do anything,
okay,
That's fine. If you have one person that behaves, as does as much stuff as like 500 people do, then that person might end up spending more credits than you get for that tier.
These best forwardings are just recommendations. Yeah.
Yeah.
So then the video upload limits and all that count for the overall network, not per user.
Correct. Yeah.
Right.
And the supported, or like the section that says like it's best for this number of users is based on like the average usage of a user, and we're using like Minds as kind of like the average, which are generally pretty active users.
Okay, so if I sign up for Team, $50 a month, I only get 30 minutes of video storage for all of my users per month, or what is that?
I believe it's actually cumulative, and again, this comes down to how Cloudflare charges for the video.
Oh, that's not a lot. That's not a lot then. Yeah. So if I start a Team network, that'll run up pretty soon. I mean, if I do one live stream, that's done, right? If that's what you're saying, it's cumulative.
Yeah, I'll say this: it doesn't incorporate the live stream video. Like the live stream video is not behind these limits currently, but we're probably gonna also have to do that at some point, because again, it is one of the things that costs.
Just on the self-hosting bit, can the administrator define their own video hosting provisions?
Yeah, that's actually a really good question, and that's something we've definitely considered. Currently, no, but I think we're very much open to going in that direction.
How would the self-host be able to interoperate with the main Minds network? Does it in the code to automatically if we turn on the switch, then it'll publish itself to ActivityPub in a similar way? Or is there something that we need to contact Minds to hook up our...
There was a ticket I created in very similar sort of idea 2 months ago.
It would probably be something like, we would have settings where you could input, for example, your Cloudflare credentials, and then when you went to upload a video on your network, rather than sending it to our Cloudflare account, we would send it to yours. And then the transcoding, the storage, and the delivery of that would all happen from your storage rather than ours.
I see. It's tied to Cloudflare even if we self-host the stuff.
I was just giving that as an example of like a way that it could work is if you input your own Cloudflare credentials. Now, there might be some other video storage credential, like let's say you wanted to use Fastly or Mux or something like that. That would be, kind of the same thing. But since we don't use those,
if you, or even if you want to do the transcoding yourself on mechanisms.
But in terms of ActivityPub working though, if I self-host my Minds network on my own server, how does Minds.com interoperate with it? I guess you just register, you add a user, just like you do a Mastodon user, I guess, right?
Yep. Yeah, exactly. I think email is a pretty good analogy for understanding how it works. It's like if you're running on your own server, you're going to have your own address, ton@ton.com or however you want to do that. And if your server went down, it just wouldn't be, accessible in the same way that like if my email server went down for an hour or so. But once it is available, when requests go back and forth.
Okay.
I think ActivityPub even like literally has
the cache of the...
Well, it has like a mechanism they call an inbox. So it's very, very similar to email.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm tempted to sign up for Teams initially, but I mean, I'll run out on the limits pretty soon with the way that you have now. Do you foresee it going down in the future as you're gaining tractions for your network? I think the cost going down at all, or
I'll say potentially. This is a thing that just barely exists now. So for a lot of these pricings and like usage allotments and stuff like that, it was a little bit of a. I mean, we looked at like how typical costs and usage are on mines, but they might be significantly different for these networks, and so we'll probably have to be making adjustments in real time to respond to those differences. But we don't have plans for it yet, but that's largely because
I
we
guess
don't have
you
a lot of
to
people
wait.
using it. Yeah.
Yep, you have to wait for some stats. But you primarily did this for a big customer that's asking for it, aren't you?
We've been talking with a bunch of different customers. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Roger, do better. You guys have any questions for Ryan or Bashi?
I probably can't get into talking about any specific customers, but
Yeah.
just to give you like an idea of like what types of companies and stuff we've been talking with, like a lot of it, this seems to resonate really well with media companies. So let's say a company that's publishing news articles and videos on their own website, and they want to add a social component to it. Or a lot of like these smaller media companies don't have their own mobile app. And that's actually a thing I didn't mention. But when you set up your own network, you also have the option of buying a mobile app. So you could have your own mobile app in the app stores, in Google Play and Android, or in Apple app stores. That's like an additional cost, just a heads up. But people are very interested in that because it's difficult to build an app. If you're a small media company and you're running on like a WordPress blog or something like that, how do you get into the App Store? It's like, well, this is actually a pretty good way to do that.
That's an interesting point, because if we have our own Minds network with the current Minds mobile app, how would it work with that? How would it work? Or it can't. We'd have to buy a mobile app from you guys.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it would be separate from that. Like, I don't think there's a way to use your network via the Minds app. Might be something we change in the future, or we're able to upgrade in the future for the Minds app. But all the focus so far has been on making it so that the network owner can have their own app in the App Store, because that's what people want.
Yeah. It seems
that makes more sense.
Yep.
That makes more sense from a branding point of view. Yeah.
Right. Some of the other customers we've been talking with are like from, I'll just say organizations. It's like there's like nonprofit organizations or like think tanks, or like they're not necessarily media companies, but they are people who do things that also have sort of like a community of people, communities related to them. So that's another use case. And then I would say that kind of like the third large category of use cases is for like actually like an internal network. If you wanted to, Facebook Workplace is the best analogy if you've ever used it, like at at your job. A lot of companies will use Facebook Workplace to have kind of like an internal network where it's not accessible to the outside world. This is obviously something you wouldn't want to be integrated with ActivityPub,
right?
But it's just a tool for sharing updates, news stories that are relevant to your company, HR updates and stuff like that. And that's another kind of category of people that we've been talking with, people that don't want to use Facebook.
Technically an internet, but hosted by a external provider.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if on the regular Minds platform, do you have a toggle to set the Fediverse, like turn it off, turn it on, allow different block, all that kind of stuff?
We don't actually. How would you imagine that working?
Well, maybe I don't want to share my stuff with the Fediverse, so I'd turn it off.
Yeah.
And then maybe want to block some accounts or whatever. Just like if you were on your own platform.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. We haven't
Yeah.
done that yet, but let me note that down.
You can block particular users now, right? Just
You
like
can, yeah.
how you do a regular Mind user. But it's a cool
Right.
idea to be able to just
Identifying if they are Minds community members or they're external.
They don't have a, Minds account. They're on a different platform looking in.
You would be able to block an individual user in that case, but maybe if you wanted to block an entire server for whatever reason, that would be a feature we would need to do.
Yeah. Like you don't want to see meta users, for example.
Sure. There you go.
But I can imagine Meta using that functionality and yeah.
Okay, cool. Any questions, Rogers? I thought I heard Mr. Robot joining as well. Is he also on? Okay, let's see what else I have here. No, I think that was it. All the
I did see Roger asked a question in chat. Do you mind if I read that?
Yeah, please.
Cool. Yeah, he was just asking, do you think that using the website provided by Minds with the amount of video usage made available, would it be worth using when it comes to a video platform? And I guess it really depends on what your goals are. I mean, if your goals are to publish a lot of, like if you're trying to make a video platform in the sense of like something that is similar to YouTube or Rumble, probably not, because they're ad based, and so like their goal is to get as many viewers as possible, right? So like on a platform like YouTube, they don't charge for all the video storage. Their goal is just to get as much video as possible and get it in front of as many people as possible so that they can insert video ads. We don't have anything like video ads on Minds. Instead, what we've got are direct payment memberships. So I think if you wanted to do something more like that, it could absolutely be worth it, right? So it's like, rather than trying to subsidize your video costs with video ads and like a mass number of viewers, you're trying to subsidize a fewer number of viewers with membership fees. And I think that's probably where it would make more sense on something like Minds.
That raises a interesting question, actually. If the Minds Plus and Minds Pro sort of concepts being used for these network for the network platform, who's managing all the accounting? Is it the administrators or is it Minds?
So if I start answering this wrong, let me know. But I think the question is like, let's say Bashi's example, right? Bashi's got her own network. If there was like sort of a subscription program or a subscription to Bashi, who's handling the payments? Is that right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think likely the way that's going to work is that the network owner will be able to provide their own Stripe account, so that all the payments will be going directly to your Stripe account. We're not really going to be involved apart from giving people the interface and facilitating that transaction, and then adding a flag on your user account that says that yes, this person subscribes to this subscription. They're not going to be called Minds Plus and Pro. I think we'll probably let the network owners define what they call their own memberships. And there's even a case where we need to support people that are doing memberships outside of Minds being able to sync the benefits to their Minds network. So let's say maybe you have a Patreon, right? Maybe you have a list of Patreon users and you want your Patreon subscribers over a certain tier to be able to access your Minds network. In that case, obviously all the transactions are happening on Patreon, and we're just kind of like getting a flag back from Patreon that says, yes, this person has access.
Yeah, I was just thinking that if MindSync was managing it, that would raise a lot of administration and possibly contractual issues.
Gotcha.
Mm.
Chris, did you have something else?
Yeah, the monetization as far as the Plus and Pro goes, how's that going? And have y'all looked into other formulas and whatnot? And yeah, any kind of update on that?
Yeah, I don't have super big updates on that apart from, and I apologize if I think you're already at the town hall, so it's probably a repeat, but we're looking at a number of different things. One of the ones that I'm personally most excited about, and I think this is one that a suggestion that Bashy had, which was the concept of like a temporary Minds Plus paywalled post, right? So like currently when you post into Minds Plus, it's paywalled posts, and if you want to see it, you have to be a Plus subscriber. And some of the feedback that we've gotten from people is actually two things that this is relevant for. One is that when you do that, it reduces your reach, right? Because now there's a large number of your subscribers that can't view it. And two, for a person that's not a subscriber, when they see your paywall, it's hard to know like what is the type of content that this creator is putting behind the Mains Plus paywall. So this new concept of a temporary paywall, let's say it's a 3-day, 72-hour paywall. You publish a Minds Plus post, it'll be, like before, it'll be behind the paywall, only Plus subscribers can see it. But then after that temporary paywall expires, 3 days later, it will be available for everybody, and it will kind of like automatically remind itself, like reboost itself, so that way you get all the reach on it that you would have gotten, if not even a little bit more, because it's like showing up in feeds twice. And then two, people will see that this was locked before, and if I had subscribed, via Ton before, for example, I would have been able to see this post 3 days or 7 days earlier.
The so-called YouTube early access sort of concept.
Yeah.
Mm.
Does that seem like, I'm curious for the folks here who are Minds Plus subscribers, which might be all of you, is that something that you think you would use?
Yeah, as long as it continues to get the Minds Plus also.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I don't see any difference between Plus and regular post now, so I don't think that. No, I think that would be. Like I rarely post anymore, but actually I do. I do purposely use Plus post to for some sensitive content that I don't want some group of people to see. So yeah, so paywall, I don't see any difference. Maybe like you said before, like the early birds get to see the Plus post before the rest of the users. I think that's useful.
I'm actually kind of curious on that use case you just mentioned, Ton. In the case where you're publishing stuff behind Plus because you want to kind of like purposely limit the number of people that see it. Would you then want it to not go non-Plus?
Yeah, in that case, I would never want the regular user to see those posts.
Well, in that case, I would. I have two low. You can go to the next level and just make it a membership post.
Right.
Yeah, you use the private sort of group facilities that we've got.
Yeah.
That'd be the more.
Yeah, because there's some value in the paywall. I don't want the search engine to be able to straight minds.com and be able to find these posts, right? Mm-hmm. So there's some value in that paywall there too.
Okay, no, that's actually a really interesting use case. Okay. Yeah. Chris, in your use case, do you think if you had this option of a temporary paywall, would there still be some posts that you didn't do this for, or would this be your new default? How do you think you'd use it?
No, that would be just like Minds Plus, and then the membership post would stay a membership post.
So you're saying if you wanted something to go behind a temporary paywall, you would use Minds Plus, and if you wanted it from a permanent paywall, you would use a membership?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. But I try to set up a membership with no fee, just so that I can have that kind of a barrier, right? But it doesn't work.
Oh.
You have to have a 0 token or a 0.1. No, you can't even have a decimal place token for a subscription.
Oh, interesting.
In your case, I think in your case, Dan, it would be better to create a private group and then invite members into that group.
Yeah, yeah, that's an interesting idea.
Mm.
Like an invite only group kind of thing.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, okay. That'll work, yeah. Cool. I think Roger has a comment on the chat asking Ryan about...
Odyssey pays you to delete old video content from your archive, and do you think that would be a good idea to do that with Minds too? I'll be honest, I don't think we can afford to pay people to do it, but I think if you run into your limits, that would be a way
to... That could also be a violation of the EU GDPR.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure, but I would argue that could be a violation of GDPR rules.
Oh, interesting. Can you elaborate on how that would be a violation?
The right to forget rules. I can remove any content that I want to without any stipulation, as long as it's not being reviewed for legal purposes.
Gotcha. Well, I think what Roger's saying is that Odyssey is paying you to delete it rather than you having to pay Odyssey.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, see, that would have been
Okay, yeah.
hold your data hostage. Yeah, we'll delete it. $5, please.
As far as the Minds Plus post, I asked for a tab or filter or whatever to have that content available in one place.
Mm-hmm.
Has that? I mean, this is like the third time I've asked about it. So,
I'll say right now it's not a priority for us right now. But maybe just to elaborate, where would you want that filter on your news feed or on your channel page?
Channel page.
Okay.
Yeah. And actually, it'd be cool to have like a tab, and only the people that are subscribed to Minds Plus would see that tab.
Okay.
And I always said a filter on the groups page would be really good. I've probably got like 20, 30 groups, and sometimes it's difficult to find the one I'm looking for.
For sure.
Hey, Mr. Robot. Glad you can join us.
Hello, guys.
Yeah, this is your chance to ask the Minds guys all kind of technical questions about the new stuff.
Hi, Ryan. Sorry I'm a bit late, but I just want to know what your position is and at Minds. What kind of stuff do you do?
Yes.
Product manager.
My role as product manager basically means I talk with a lot of people and spend a lot of time in GitLab, but I don't program.
And you also do cool headphone or microphone videos.
Oh yeah. As a hobby, I'm really into headphones, and specifically like in-ear headphones. So I have a YouTube channel where I review a lot of headphones. In fact, I've got
That's something I still need, as the boys know. I'll check it out.
You need headphones?
Yeah, I tend to get a crazy echo through my speakers when I run it.
Gotcha.
I'm just going to second, I like that idea of an invite-only or membership-based group. You know, that'd be kind of cool.
Do we have that right now? Groups? Invite-only groups?
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Okay.
Closed
kind
groups.
of. Yeah, you can do a closed group. I think anyone can request to join, but there is also an invite function. But even if your request to join, if you didn't invite them, you could just reject it, I believe. Is that right, Bashi?
Yeah, you can reject the user.
Oh, cool. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, that's the closed group.
Mark, are you guys planning to do some sort of promotion for the network stuff, or is just no? Some sort of like early sign up discount, early adopter discount kind of thing.
For something like that, just reach out to Bill.
I see. He holds the purse, huh?
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, if you're gonna do something like that, it's gonna be like I'm not asking for a one-off kind of thing, right? So more like
Yeah, well, I mean, we're definitely, we're heading into the end of the year, and we've been talking about some of like the last communications and like emails and stuff we're going to send out. I think Bashi, isn't there? Are we planning to do something about the networks?
We were talking about it, but I haven't started working on that yet.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that that sounds about right. That we definitely do want to send out something about the networks, introducing it to people. Hopefully it's in a version where you could check out and buy it yourself, which we don't have right now. And perhaps with that, we'd be able to do some sort of a promotion, but I don't have that figured out right now.
All right.
Just on a minor point, and this is relatively minor, the theming of the about pages compared to the rest of the site, and notice that you've used a separate Minds logo for the header, and obviously there's no dark mode in about pages. So I might create a GitLab ticket on that based on that one, but yeah, there is an issue with theming there.
Yeah. I mean, I think those pages. I don't have the design team here to necessarily explain exactly why they made their decisions, but I think those pages were designed to be somewhat different than the rest.
I may create a GitLab ticket and just get their feedback on that one.
Sure. Yeah.
Do better had another question? Chris, do you have another question?
No, I didn't raise my hand.
All right. I was question about kind of branding for networks. People who are on the network, will they be seeing the Minds branding, or can they completely do their own thing, and so anybody visiting their network will not even know that they're running Minds underneath the cover?
Yeah, it's exactly the latter.
Okay.
We're treating it like a white label application.
Okay.
Even in like the emails, like you get an email to confirm your email address. That's going to contain your own branding.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah.
To share links to it.
In theory, could the emails be altered by the network administrator? So if they want, let's say, their contact information or some other information included?
Yeah, I would say in theory they could be. Currently, we don't have any customization apart from the rebranding of the emails, but yeah, certainly could be.
I've got one question. Oh, sorry, you finish.
Go ahead, Robot.
Well, I was just curious, Mark. What was your thinking there in terms of like what would the right be?
Well, I'm just thinking somebody might not agree with the wording that is in the official Minds email, so they might want to change it, or they might want to add further information, contact information, or something else.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Robot.
So I got a slightly controversial question that we've been debating about a little bit, which is, I was wondering if there was ever any talk about potentially accepting, Bitcoin or Ethereum or some kind of crypto, some kind of alternative currency to support Minds and join Minds class, because I'd love to. I just plan on going bankless and not going to be able to give credit card details necessarily. So
Yes.
yeah, I was wondering what your thoughts are on that, even if they haven't spoken about it.
I'm just making a note here real quick. It's been a while since we've talked about that. I'll be honest. I feel like we have talked about it in the past. And maybe as like the
some EC issues, there could be some legal requirements that you have to fulfill. I think
maybe. I think the biggest challenge the last time we talked about it with regards to accepting crypto payments for subscriptions is that doing renewing payments with crypto doesn't really work, at least not out of the box, right? Because like every time you do a transaction, there's a blockchain entry for that transaction that you are sort of like authorizing in your wallet as you do that. But there's no concept, at least again the last time we looked into it, of a recurring payment.
Can
And
you?
What you could do is just accept like a year's subscription and then cut it off or something like that.
Yeah, potentially we could do that, or subscribe 2 years at a time or something like that.
Can you use on-chain tokens to pay for those memberships?
I actually don't know right now. Yeah, that's a good question.
So that would be a way, until y'all figure something else out, that you could just trade your Bitcoin or whatever currency for Minds tokens and then use the Minds tokens to buy the memberships.
Right, yeah.
As far as renewal of contracts in relation to any cryptocurrency or crypto tokens, I remember Jack talking about it. That's about 2-3 years ago, bringing up the same sort of renewal issues. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it seems like the sort of thing that I'm sure there's some company out there that has taken up the mantle of like, we will be the company that does crypto renewals, but it wasn't something that was on our radar or we found yet. Yeah.
One of my previous hosting companies or was contracted with has done this, I believe. You could pay either in coins, in fiat, or you could pay in Bitcoin. And then,
I think interesting thing now that we have credits would be to have like neutral credits that could be used for something like that. So you would buy credits with crypto, and that would have to be coded. But theoretically, maybe that would be a possible solution we could make for this purpose. Probably not something we would get in anytime soon, but just an idea.
You already have the tokens.
Boosts and stuff too, right?
It'll be like to introduce something new called credits. You already have the tokens there. You can make use of.
Only problem with tokens at the moment, as I've pointed out on many occasions, is with the terms of service agreement, Minds current terms of service agreement, in which tokens are not financial entities.
But these tokens are to be used within the Mind system, so it wouldn't violate.
Okay. Yeah, I can see the point. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely, if could be something you can take away with as a feature to include sometime in the future.
That would be awesome, and it'd probably help fuel the Minds token economy.
Yeah,
liquidity and all that.
Yeah, but again, liquidity is a questionable issue at this present moment, something I've discussed with the senior staff on multiple occasions now.
I agree, because I'm limited now. I can't even boost my content until enough people have clicked on my stuff to get a few little scraps of tokens, and then I can boost like one thing once a year. But I boost stuff all the time if I could somehow buy tokens.
Yep.
You should be able to. I believe we have boosts. Bashy, do we still support boosts with the on-chain tokens?
Yes.
Yeah, I think.
You can also buy an on-chain token right now, right?
Not through mines, but
Not through mine, but through some other third party. I've
So
tried it.
How would I get them? I'm not familiar how on-chain, off-chain works.
But if you go to your wallet, I think there's the ability to purchase tokens.
Yeah, MetaMask has a way to purchase. So if you go MetaMask, and I think it's there like add crypto or something like that, you click that, it takes you to their website, and on their website you can choose what you want to buy and what payment method you're using. So you can choose to buy tokens with Ethereum, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
There was a minus. There's a definition of it. You can purchase tokens with cryptocurrencies, but to purchase them with fiat, you've got to actually purchase the cryptocurrencies by.
Yeah.
You've got to use the fiat to purchase the cryptocurrencies, and then use
Like
the cryptocurrencies
Ethereum
to purchase
is a
Yeah.
and you if you have a token store from make whatever your content on mines, you can transfer that from your wallet using Ethereum. It's a gas fee and whatnot.
I'll be doing that. Thank you very much, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Let me know how it goes. I haven't been able to buy mine tokens from MetaMask for some reason because I think my bank is blocking crypto purchase. I have to call them.
Also, I believe Uniswap does this as well. You can do it through Uniswap as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying they're transferable? Can I transfer mine to TAN, for example?
What is tokens?
Yeah, the on-chain tokens.
So if you transfer your tokens on chain, you have to spend the gas fee. So it costs Ethereum to get them on chain, but once they get on chain, you'll have to spend another gas fee. But if you have enough to cover all that and have a whatever amount, then yeah, you can transfer mines tokens to Ethereum or other cryptocurrencies through MetaMask.
But the gas fees is like 10 times the tokens that you're trying to transfer.
And it's subjective. It can go up and down depending on what happens at the time.
We could use something like Solana. They have like negligible transfer fees. They're great.
There was a plan for mines to introduce something called Scale, which would eliminate gas fees. But I've spoken to a developer because create a GitLab ticket or they're coming into.
It wouldn't eliminate gas fees, but it would highly reduce.
Reduce that. Yeah, but at the moment this is on pause. Yeah, this is on pause, so this isn't going to happen anytime soon.
Is that the case? Not anytime soon?
This idea has been around for a couple of years now.
Or Ryan, I mean.
Yeah, it was a thing that we were actually working on actively, I don't know, say about a year ago. But as I recall, funny enough, like just the name of the product was called Scale, but it wasn't like actually it didn't seem like it was scaling very well. I'm not trying to make the pun, but I guess it's there.
It kind of just happens.
Yeah.
But there's other possibilities y'all were also looking at, I believe. That's what.
Yeah, and I think we were also looking at
alluding to
Polygon. Probably at some point we looked into, but Scale was definitely the one that we went the furthest down with. Mm-hmm. I think we were even like thinking that potentially like all of like what we have now is like off-chain transactions, which would be like the rewards, for example, is like an off-chain process. potentially all that stuff
basically
could have been-
within house.
Right. Yeah. All that stuff we were hoping like we could have potentially done on scale, which would make all that transaction like all of those things like public transactions in the same way that any other blockchain transaction is. But again, we ran into issues where it just wasn't, as I recall, and again, this was about a year ago, I think it just wasn't doing these things fast enough for the number of transactions that we have.
I've got one more suggestion, just to think about. I notice a lot of new users coming in, friends and stuff like that. They'll come onto Minds and they'll spend a bit of time, but then because the chat function is under the ... menu, they don't see it, and they end up not coming to hang out on Minds as much, because they just sort of think like, oh, I've seen it now, that kind of thing. And I would suggest having the chat up again in the menu where you can see it.
Yeah, a lot of
many
people are
don't
bugging
end up clicking on that ...
about that. Why do you guys decide to hide the chat function?
Mostly because it's like most people, when they go to chat, it ends up causing more confusion than being helpful. And a lot of it comes down to like the encryption and like the keys stuff. And like you see like these messages about syncing keys and
the key issue
Is there a way that y'all can? I'm sorry. Is there a way y'all can put like the first time they click on it, they're not signed up, so instead of opening to the chat, it opens to a video,
on how to
info,
use
how to use it, and then click here to go to the actual chat.
yeah, something like that could probably help.
Actually, I would suggest
I ended up making videos like that for me.
a spare FAQ page just talking about the storage of encryption keys and how to manage them. Really, that's something that we are lacking at the moment.
I wonder how many people would actually read that. Like,
well, if one of us gets a inquiry about it, we can just reference that one document.
Yeah.
With that info page, if you have that initial info page, you could have not only do like how to use it, but explain why it's encrypted and why it's useful to go through this process, so that they're more eager to continue on.
Well, the other thing, I think Roger suggested this a while ago, is to do a bunch of tutorial videos about Minds Chat. I mean, a couple of us have actually started thinking about starting to do some of those videos for you guys.
Yeah,
but I think if you have some
for the sign up and how to connect elements.
Stuff like
I would prepare a more of a two-pronged sort of approach. So a video content plus text content. So if somebody wishes to watch a 5-minute video, they can, or if they just want to reference the information directly, they can just review the text content.
Yeah, you could have it in a video tutorial, and a blog tutorial for people that want to just read it.
Or an FAQ, and then something like that.
Yeah, Mark, I'm not surprised. You seem more of a text person than a video.
Well, I'm looking at this from accessibility and accessibility point of view.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, the chat works right now, and it works great for those of us who are familiar with it. And a lot of us here spend most of our day more on chat than on Minds, right?
Yeah, chat's most of my fun on Minds. I enjoy hanging out there.
Yeah. It seems like you guys released it and then you just let it go. Have you been doing any updates to it recently, or just
not really? I mean,
not a priority.
I have got a GitLab ticket out there talking about one update that was done about a year ago that I pointed out on Canaries, and
Yeah.
the update was created. And the Minds Chat mobile framework application and the browser interface hasn't changed versions. It's quite a bit out of date compared to the new Vector Limited, the original or the actual maintainers, the element.
Yeah.
And also Synapses, the server framework, is quite out of date. Well, pick up on that one as well.
Yeah, I didn't know for sure if you guys wanted to say anything about it or not, but I mean, if you want to have a good discussion or something about it, but stuff like that, that'd be fine. But like I said, it looks like it was only about 15 minutes.
Yeah, which looks like it was only related to the Minds Arch competition contest that they have at that moment, and the merchandise store.
Okay, yeah. So that's not really like hard.
No, it's not overly big issue.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it can, it's going to return with to us in what is it, hour and a half? Yeah, I would suggest that you download this content, and then once we finish, download this content, and then do some editing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, some copy. Yeah, often it's logical.
And then, like I said, if you guys want to come on later on, we can just have a discussion about the whole thing in general. You know what I mean? And I can add that to it too. It's whatever you guys want to do with it. So
I don't mind staying there at the moment, so I'm not going to move that far away from my desktop workstation at the moment. So I'm here. I've used myself out.
So
But
did it turn out pretty good for what you guys wanted?
yeah, it was quite informative. Yeah, we covered all the bases.
Oh,
I think. Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and set this back up the way I had it, because I don't like my face being in there if it's
Fair enough.
you know what I mean, if it doesn't have anything on there. So it's like, but yeah, for me, everything that I heard there was pretty much just basic same stuff, so I was glad I really didn't say much on there, but and it's like I said in that last statement I made, for the $500, I would have to to invest in something like that, I'd have to make at least $1,500 in a year. So that's kind of expensive to me.
Yeah, you've got to think about how you would gain revenue on that one.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, other than that,
because I can see the potential for commercial users.
And even they said themselves it was intended for bigger
organizations,
commercials. So I mean, that pretty much finishes it up for me on it. I kind of had my suspicions about it. I knew that it wasn't like going to be catered towards just the average creator and stuff. So
well, again, if you're a creator with on advertising sponsorships,
advertisers.
Yeah, and there was some talk about incorporating a sort of monetization program into this.
Yeah. Well, see, the general sponsors, they won't touch people that freaking don't have like massive amount of subscribers. like I've got 409 subscribers after being on here since 2017, I think it was. You know, I mean,
Yeah. Question is, would the sponsors just look at what on platform content, or would they consider the replication of the content on other platforms?
yeah,
So you've got a 5,000 user base on YouTube, and you have another 5,000 user base on audience base on Minds. Would they only consider YouTube?
yeah. That's fine. I mean, it would be almost impossible to get somebody to sponsor you on Minds. It just not with the turnover. I know what that all entails. It entails views and entails freaking people who subscribe to you. You know what I mean? That's.
I don't know. Jeffrey has got a number of sponsors for his WPRPN, and yeah, a database reach is stretching into millions.
You know, he
I could be wrong there, but
he's got that tea commercial. I know that much.
yeah, from cannabis related
Yeah, I mean,
organization. Yeah.
he's got that one going on, but there's a few people out there, and I mean, basically, I think I'm doing all right. I went in, got hooked up with Rumble, and got back into freaking Odyssey, and I don't know. That's about the best I can say of it. I really don't want to get involved in that stuff no more because it just raises my blood pressure, makes me upset. So once you go through 4 or 5 of these platforms and you start realizing it's the same bullshit but a different platform, you know, you get the idea that it's just a waste of your time to even worry about that stuff.
Ryan did point out the idea of sort of internet usage. So I know John Otsman has been using other deployments of mine for his for other companies that he's chairperson of for several years now. But but that's more sort of niche in internal usage.
Yeah. And
I can see niche markets, yeah. So,
I can see where they're doing the whole niche thing on the other platforms too, like on YouTube. And, that's how they categorize the video content with YouTube, and they're doing that on Rumble too, I guess. But I've just now started to really get interested in learning about that stuff. I didn't really pay much attention about it, but I can see where all that's coming from.
and also, you talk about advertisers not being interested. There are plenty of small advertisers that already have a limited reach, that may not have the money of the big advertisers, but still are willing to sponsors.
Just gotta find them.
Yeah, because like either they find you or you find them.
Yeah. That would be a good thing to be bringing up, you know, maybe discussing that more. Not with Minds, you know what I mean? This is something.
No. This is outside of Minds. It's outside of Minds Inc.'s remit, really. This is for individual creators to consider.
Yeah. Because I mean, That's something that would be helpful for people who are creators and stuff too. You know what I mean? It, and I think that would be probably an avenue to look into, just for the sake of being helpful to people who are tired of all that crap. Because, like, okay, like Minds, for example, you know what I mean? They talk about how they want to stay away from all the big advertisers and stuff, but look what
Which
happened.
is understandable. But remember, once you get into that sort of situation, you are taking hold of the advertisers. So content that the advertisers may not agree with
Right.
would be subjective and would be subjected to issues.
So I mean, it's only logical that you try to find small people who are willing to small advertisers who are willing to sponsor people or whatever, and
And even in the big sort of advertising realms, I'm thinking of people like Raid Shadow Legend, what they want to call themselves, and World something. They have a very diverse sort of clientele. Yeah, so maybe.
it'd be interesting.
Mm.
It's a different avenue to go down. I've never thought of trying to look at that stuff before, so maybe that's a thing to look into. So I am going to get off here for a second. I didn't realize you was on here, man. I would have popped on.
No, I only just reconnected and just this minute, just a couple minutes after you said. I did connect just after our first conversation in relation to the disappearance of the content, but as long as it's not too much.
Yeah, it was like 15 minutes. At least that's my estimates from it.
Yeah.
It was about 15 minutes. And right there in the edit, I can make it to where it fades out, and then I can bring little parts of it. Like we've discussed a little bit of it right now. I'll add that to it, and then if we get more comments from people coming in, I'll add that.
You could just make a some content and then reference the two URLs that I gave you in generals just now.
Yeah. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna go out of here. I have to get ready in about another hour and 10 minutes. I'm gonna have Disney Magic Zach on for another interview. So hold on.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay, I'm going to. I was going to disconnect, and if you want to, my inputs, don't dismiss with me.
Hold on a minute. I'm getting harassed.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, sorry about that. That was my crazy mom. But yeah, I'll get back on here in a minute. I'll have everything ready. Zach's supposed to come on. He's gonna do an interview about Disney. It's gonna be Cinderella Castle. I've been doing a project with him with CGI, and I found a lot of cool stuff out from looking at the photos. And he says he can break it. He can break it down for me on it, like the actual architecture that goes. Have you ever seen Cinderella Castle?
Yeah. I think I've seen the physical often the see they did use that as a logo, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have seen the actual physical building.
It's pretty interesting. There's a lot of things I noticed about it when I had to use it as a reference photo.
In fact, I think there was 2 buildings. There's one in Florida, and also there's a replica in Paris.
I think so. I think you're right.
I think.
I believe so. The one has a freaking bridge going across it, and or going out from it, and then the lake that goes around it. And I think you're right. I'm gonna check up on that. See,
The traditional sort of stereotypical sort of medieval sort of castle, a bit more cutesy.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of good stuff on there. I even noticed. Well, I'll get into it with the interview, but like the peaks that come up off the things. If you look at them real close, they aren't perfect. They aren't a perfect cone shape. That they look like little witches' hats popping up.
Yeah.
Just cool stuff about that. And then there's actually a story that goes with that. Zach was filling me in on some of it, so it's pretty cool. So
That's interesting.
yeah. So I will be back on here in a little bit. I gotta make some coffee. Had to sort out all the craziness that's been going on here. I didn't really expect that. I'd no sooner got up and left, and it had to have been maybe 5 minutes after I left the house that it did that. So, kind of.
Yeah. It would have been like downside. It might have been when I would have been more sensible to record it locally. Wouldn't have made any difference at all.
Mm-hmm. A lot of the other stuff, I mean, I remember you guys were talking about it on the what do they call it, the Mines Roundup or whatever it was. The one where Mines does the whole gathering thing.
The town hall.
Town hall, yeah.
That was whenever that was late last month, about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I will be back. Talk to you in a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to make myself coffee. I'm drinking far too much at the moment. Far too much.
From everything I seen, you guys did a really good job on that. That was a real good setup. Too bad that we couldn't get that last part just to make it look good, but it was a really good round table. It really was. So
yeah, it was quite informative. Quite a bit of information was provided. Everybody asked the right sort of questions.
So
Yeah.
I'm out of here. I'm gonna go make me some coffee. Get me a cigarette.
Good idea. I just rolled one off.
I'll be back in a little bit. I was in the process of making a comment when you came on. Like, if if they are willing to pay, then it's a good idea. But not too many artists have the cash, though. You know what I mean? But it's a good idea. It is a good idea. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just being logical about it. Not too many artists have the cash to kind of throw that out.
But I was talking more about advertising sponsorships rather than
Yeah.
artists themselves.
Well, I
was
mean,
looking at it
you
from the
heard
other
his
point of view.
you heard his response though. He said, "Mine's promo art clips. That's a good idea."
Yeah, but again, that would mean we did briefly talk about this, or talk about something similar in the session just now in relation to deleting. I think it was Rumble that actually pays users for deleting their content.
Oh, Odyssey. Yeah, Odyssey.
Obviously, yeah. To save on server bandwidth or server resources, and the point of once actually being able to find money to be able to do that,
Heck, I mean,
which wouldn't be possible.
I was thinking off-chain tokens, to be honest. Like, Odyssey doesn't actually like give you cash to do it. You know, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I think people would just, or since I made the statement, people made the assumption I was talking cash, but I was more. I was actually referring to offline tokens because you guys were talking about how you're kind of getting hard up for them, you know. So it would be
Not so well. Yeah, I can see the point.
if they were willing to give you tokens for deleting, you know, old archived videos and stuff, then that'd be cool.
I mean, we're talking about Odyssey and tokens again, Andre. We're talking about their. Well, it wasn't LBC now. It's wherever they've changed it to, and those tokens don't have a legal monetary value, don't they?
No, I mean it wouldn't apply to me because I only want the cash. I don't care about the.
Yeah.
I don't care about the offline stuff. I was just listening. I was just listening to you guys, and like, I mean, it would be a solution for you guys who, or for everybody on there who wants offline tokens. It wouldn't even have to be like real monetized, you know, currency. Just
well, as I point out yet again, point 17, clause 17 of the Mines Terms of Service Agreement.
But would that apply to offline tokens though? I mean,
well, yeah, it's to say that tokens don't have any monetary value, irrelevant of what is displayed on mines.
Yeah.
I mean, the little the little total amount of tokens and liquidity and holdings are technical liquidity, and the one mines token equals 0.0786 USD. It's technically a violation of the Terms of Service Agreement.
Yeah.
As this currently stands.
It's pretty interesting how all this stuff is going down. Like, I still think they're scared shitless because of the stuff that happened with Library. I mean, it just, something in me tells me that's because their behaviors are like going in that direction. Like, now all of a sudden they want to go into the Fediverse and.
I disagree. The library issue was related to specific ignorance of regulations. Mine doesn't have that problem.
Well, that we
Well,
know of.
as in that respect, anyway.
That we know of. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm.
what's going on?
Um,
What's going on behind the closed doors? I mean, that's not going to be opened up to everybody.
If it's a legal case, then it's publicly the records are publicly available. It's a legal case.
No, I mean, there's no legal case on mines, but that's probably not. It's not happened yet. You know what I mean? There could be something that was going on that they were doing, and they've realized, oh my God, we fucked up. So now it's time to go freaking hide in, Fediverse.
No,
and cut out.
the Fed first thing makes sense. Remember, in the social media industry, it's all about user numbers.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's like I've said in the past, it's bums on seats.
Did you just say bums on seats?
Yeah, behinds, butts on seats.
I heard bums.
Yeah.
Bums on seats. Like, that's just awful. That
Okay.
is awful.
Eyes in front of screens, then. Is that better? Eyes in front of screens.
I understand what you're saying. I was just messing with you. But yeah,
Oh.
I know that's what it's all about, and it's just like there's just other things too that's going on. Like now, all of a sudden, like the monetization is geared more at people who freaking have money. You know what I mean? It's not geared towards people who are actually on here trying to freaking build up and become something. You know what I mean? Like, now they want to have big sponsors and big companies coming in so they can advertise. It's just right there
Not
in your
really
face.
advertised per se, but mine has to make a revenue.
Yeah.
Either they make a revenue or they go bust. No more mines.
I mean, I wasn't under the impression that they were having a problem with that until they decided to cut everybody off on monetization. Before that, they didn't seem to have a problem with it, but now
Again,
all of a sudden,
the entire monetization. That's a one word for this.
I mean,
Completely the wrong word.
but now all of a sudden, it's like, well, Mines Plus was never meant for that. It was meant so that people could get better quality content. Where the hell did that shit come from? Nobody ever talked about that. You know what I mean? Mines Plus.
Free content that is not dictated by the company. I'm not sure if I can necessarily agree with it being better quality. I mean, look at some of the content that we've seen or that I see on a daily basis.
Yeah. It was like,
Just go to news feeds and have a look. Yeah.
it was like I've yet to see better quality of anything on Mines Plus. Mines Plus has always been about freaking monetization and getting money for your content. It was never
Again, Mines Plus. Again, tokens does not equate to monetization.
Well, Mines Plus.
Irrelevant what bills say. It's irrelevant what the senior staff say. The terms of service already states this.
Yeah.
Bill knows this. Jack knows this. And irrelevant if they want to play on this idea. It's not true.
Yeah. It was like I could have easily sat and just picked up tokens on regular mines. I had there was no reason for me to join Mines Plus for that at all. I mean, the token systems for Mines Plus isn't that much better than regular mines. I mean, at all. The big thing about Mines Plus was that you could make money off of it, and that was it. That was the only.
You can make tokens off that.
No, I mean I made cash.
Yeah, actually, yeah, you can. Yeah, yeah. You could. Yeah.
You had an option of getting tokens or getting cash. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And anybody stupid enough to freaking do Mines Plus for tokens, freaking, they're idiots. You know what I mean? Because then you got to cash that shit out, and cashing.
Not necessarily. You could save up those tokens to get the amount for a lifetime Mines Plus or Mines Go subscription.
4 years from now, I mean, what is it?
Again, depends on the amount of content you're creating.
They what do they want? Like 27,000 Mines tokens? I think it's
Something like that. 25.
Yeah,
25. I remember.
That's a lot of freaking Mines tokens, man. I mean, a lot. So.
But some of the bigger creators, I'm thinking people like me, Lady Red, some of the creators that just do provide several posts per day to manage that.
They're Mines Pro though, so like I don't know exactly what kind of advantages they've got, you know what I mean, compared to Mines Plus. And it seems to be like a sheltered little secret that nobody's supposed to know about.
No, that's well documented.
Well, how much do they make? Do they get good tokens? Do they get...
That's not well documented, and that shouldn't be documented at all because that's a consumer privacy issue.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you're not gonna hear about all that, so.
But yeah, there was a data protection issue there, so yeah, I argue about that. That shouldn't be published at all when it comes to individual users' amounts.
You know, I mean,
this is why I created GitLab tickets yesterday or the day before, and I had to provide and I decided to provide a video stream of the issue, and I created the ticket as a public ticket, but I uploaded the video content into another ticket as private, and then referenced the two between them because the video content contains information about my own account token amount.
Well, see, out of all that though, when it comes to the Pro, that was like the nail in the coffin was for me why I wouldn't do it is when I asked Ryan the question about for the amount that Mines provides when it comes to videos, would it be worth trying to set up a website for video? And he gave an honest response to that, you know what I mean, which I respect, don't get me wrong, but that told me that I wouldn't be interested in it because, you know, I mean, it wasn't the censorship that made me walk away from Facebook. It wasn't just that, it was also the horrible freaking amounts of memes and freaking the chat and just all that stuff is nothing but garbage. You know what I'm saying? It's like they.
But if you create your own Mines instance, if you create your own purchase a Mines network instance, then you could take control of all that content yourself.
Yeah, but I don't want to set up a freaking website of Facebook, you know what I mean? Where people get on there and post funny memes. Post their funny memes.
Individual user case.
Yeah. It would be even worse because then they couldn't at least make short little videos of their puppy dogs and their kitty cats. You know what I mean? It was like so you would be literally creating a website of living hell, dude, where you go on there and all you see is memes and memes and memes and memes. Oh, and did I
Some
mention?
people I can see are use tasteful that.
It's
Means sponsored by.
I couldn't do it. I could not. I couldn't be responsible. I would feel so horrible after walking away from mines for that same stuff, you know. And the bad part, it isn't total strangers that did that stuff by themselves. It was people I knew who would freaking get on my, Facebook, and they would put just ridiculous memes on it. And if they didn't make them, they shared from other people their ridiculous memes. So you've got this whole universe of crazy ass memes being streamed 24 hours a day. You know.
But you, as the end user, don't have to look them and totally ignore them.
Are you serious? How long has it been since you've been on Facebook, dude?
I think I had a Facebook account for about 3 months. And that was back in 2016.
Yeah, and that was
17?
when it.
Only about 3 months.
And that was back when
I didn't see any use for it.
That was back when it was freaking like nice, and it's gotten worse now. Okay, it's crazy. Like I despised every freaking post I saw on Facebook by the end of it. That's why I had no problems with deleting my account. You know,
I did see any use for it as far as I was concerned.
I didn't either, and I still to this day don't. The only bad thing I did is when I deleted my account, I left John on one of my groups as an administrator. So now he's stuck in that group as an administrator, and I'm not even on Facebook anymore. poor guy. I mean, seriously, it's like I feel so bad. Like,
it's up to him to continue using that. Nobody's forcing anybody to use Facebook or any other platform.
Well, you get it though. Nobody can take him off the list of administrators for my group.
Yeah, but that's not relevant if he isn't going to use. If he's not going to actively administer that group, then who cares?
Oh man, what would happen if you got stuck in that situation? And I know the answer to that, so don't try to fool me.
Yeah.
Don't try to fool me. It would drive you nuts.
Technically, New Zealand, there hasn't been with us for about 2 years now.
Mm-hmm.
He's still the owner of the Minds User Group, User Group, and still the administrator. And I did ask Bill and Jack earlier this year about making me the owner of that, but they've not come back to me. In fact, yeah, I asked them back in July, because it's not really policy as far as mine's concerned.
Mm-hmm.
But because New Zealand hasn't been with us since September 21.
The art clip stuff. So you guys were having the conversation about that after I left.
Yeah, it was related to the position that Barshi has set up. The Minds Art competition.
Oh, you know, the messed up part that gets me is it's like, you'd think they would jump on that because like Bill himself is an artist. He loves to paint stuff and draw. You know what I mean? He advertises it on his homepage, his profile.
Okay.
You know?
I'm seeing in your piece that called his own content. Which one? Content?
He loves that stuff. I mean, so I mean, that's what I don't get. Like, why wouldn't they be into that? Especially if Bill's into it and does it like on his profile.
He has got a chat room called Experiments with Bill or something. Yeah, Experiments with Bill. And the last thing they posted on there was a picture of it, or an image of him standing in front of a picture of George Washington.
Yeah.
He didn't provide any context why he's standing in front. Just look the picture up. I've seen Bill does this quite often. His communication isn't that great. Doesn't explain himself that well. He might do in speech, but when it comes to text content, he
Now, if
a
it
poor
has
communicator.
if it has something to do with freaking aliens and conspiracies, though, if you notice, he'll freaking make a description out of that like you wouldn't believe, like 3 sentences talking about UFOs. But like when it comes,
I don't know if you notice some of his content on Canary, he'll come up with a 3-4 word sentence, and
yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. That's about all he does on other stuff. But like, if he's really interested in it, he'll write about 2 or 3 sentences. But that's about it. Hello, Tan.
Hi.
Hey there.
By the way it looks, we only lost about 15 minutes of that. So
Oh, good.
after this is all done, I can do a good edit job. And
Good. So that's we got the main stuff.
Yeah.
After the 1 hour mark, it's just
Well, like I said, it was mainly related. The missing stuff is related to the store conversation and the wherever else it was.
store, the arts contest, and stuff.
see,
So that's okay. Pretty good.
I'm kind of glad about that because I don't feel comfortable with advertising for mines. Yes.
Still holding a grudge, I see.
The Solicitor General.
No solicitation. You're taking the Minds General chat rooms rule to the extreme.
Well, I mean,
At least
Using it
could be
against
worse.
Mind folks themselves.
I'm looking for sponsors.
You could be advertising Shadow Ray Legends or NordVPN at the moment.
I'm looking for sponsors, so that means like if they want to step up and give me some money, then I'll put up that cool stuff they got in the shop. So
You would be looking for some others, not
NordVPN, like I said, yeah.
Yeah, like Disney World, Disney Inc.
They wouldn't touch anybody on Minds.com.
Disney.
Like this,
And besides, the amount of money the Walt Disney's using at the moment.
Because Disney is all
I mean, there he is. There's the superstar right now.
Hello, how's it going, guys?
It's going.
Hi,
I was
Jack.
telling these guys that like Disney wouldn't even touch us when it comes to sponsorship. Not on Minds. Like we're all we're the crazy.
It wouldn't suit the
we're the French lunatics.
Yeah. It's like, we're the conspiracy theorists. They know where we are. We're all freaking grouped up into Minds.com and Rumble.
We're holed up in
Yeah, I
Minds.com.
know.
If
Calm down.
they go to Rumble because frickin' Minds can't put up with them, so frickin' they get kicked off of frickin' Minds.com and they go to Rumble.
The Joyce.
Maybe Odyssey. That would probably work. They'd go to Odyssey after Minds.
I don't
There's so,
know, content
so many
creators
streaming
using
platforms now,
multiple-
man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Good for competition. Good for the
Yeah,
creator. It allows them to diversify the content and allow them to promote the content on multiple platforms.
Hmm.
That is true. That is true.
Competition's healthy.
But I still have to get used to this whole alt tech platform language. Like, where the heck did that come from? Like,
It's,
did that just start
it's,
within the
it's,
last
it's,
year?
it's not one of those mainstream media sort of things. It's not.
Right after so Roger, after your interview with Zach about Disney stuff, maybe we can circle back because I have some
Yeah.
follow-up comments on the interview on the stuff with.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. We can do kind of a discussion about it. Yes.
Besides, I would like to. Have you reviewed it yourself, Roger?
Who, me?
Yeah. I know you weren't in most of it, so I just wondered if you reviewed and if you've got any thoughts yourself.
Not yet. I went over how far. You talking about when the video actually went off? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, just the video generally.
No,
The entire hour and a half session.
It was 15 minutes till the end, right around there, that it blacked out. I went through and I checked most of it. I didn't want to go back over on it because, like, it's still streaming, so
Okay.
you know what
Fair
I mean?
enough.
It would basically make it show what it's streaming at the moment. So later on, I'm gonna have to edit it anyhow, so I can go and check it out.
Yeah.
I'd be home in about 5 minutes. I wanted to bring up the problem with the cost that Ryan mentioned, that they're having problem with Cloudflare, where storage is costing them a lot. I wanted to go over that with you guys. See what kind of costs are we looking at, right? Well, let's review Cloudflare's hosting plans and data storage plans to see.
No, you don't know the exact contract they are on. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know, but we can make some good guess. I
mean, this goes back to my point I've made before. When I started out, and then the health hosting was the DVD, and now all these companies are beholden to third-party hosters.
Yeah, but I mean, compared to the other guys, Cloudflare's gotta be like the least expensive of them all, aren't they?
I've not done the research on that one. Again, you don't know the specifics of their contract. They could have a extremely good contract that might be renewed every year at the same conditions. Who knows? Oh.
What I wanted to do.
Okay, we've gone quiet.
Sorry, I'm just checking notifications. I'm just trying to check in on my new video. It's that's what I see if it was doing okay. Oh.
No, while Tan's on his way home, I'm gonna step out for my smoke break, and I'll be right back because I had to go use the bathroom, and I'll be back here in a second. So.
All right, no worries. Take time.
And I do have some comments on what he said about that too with Cloudflare. Like Now, is Cloudflare the same company that's associated with LivePeer?
No. Cloudflare is a hosting and what do you call them? I can't remember the word. A proxy service that allows content to be streamed or be managed on a country by country basis.
Okay.
Cloudflare is the storage hosting provider for mines.
But they also do other things as well as act as a what's the word I'm looking for? Like I said, allows easy access or bandwidth controls for each country. And they want a distribution sort of network sort of concept. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think Roger's just stepped out. I'm gonna see. I am going to see if LivePeer also uses cloud.
It is one of the biggest players in that market, actually.
Yeah, like the most. There's the least expensive or what?
I'm not sure. I've not done the research on. I've not done the cost analysis. I presume staff have. I would have hoped that the staff have. Anyway, but yeah, I've not crunched the numbers.
Yeah. I think LivePeer is also using Cloudflare. LivePeer's designed to use with decentralized.
Remember, previously, Mines was using their own infrastructure for video processing. And I presume, when they say their own infrastructure, an Amazon Web Service contract.
No, they switched off of Amazon to Oracle now, right?
Yeah, and then I presume when they moved over to Oracle, they moved over to Cloudflare for video transcoding purposes.
Right. Yeah.
I presume that's the storage is cheaper than
right
storage on Oracle. I'm presuming.
Okay, I got somebody from Y Combinator's forum saying that he works with LivePeer on internal storage stuff. Let's see.
I know when it comes to virtual private servers, storage can be one of the more costly sort of elements of a contract.
Yeah, nothing here. But anyway, I was just looking at Cloudflare data storage pricing. R2 storage pricing.
Yeah. Onto documentation, the distribution, distribute storage. We want to see a more consumer sort of
Could be, Could be something to ask the mines guy on a follow up.
They probably want to, because I can imagine that could be that could be sensitive internal.
Yeah, I mean, well, just to get an idea of what their operating cost is like, right? This is kind of stuff that you could ask on the round or the town hall.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if they would be willing to do that. Remember, they're a private company, and therefore they don't legally
yes.
information.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to be exact number like a financial, just ballpark, just so we can see what, I don't know. It's just if they wanted to get us to be more sympathetic to their operating costs, maybe solicit some extra help from, contributors from outside, for example. Not in the capacity of like an investment or something, but it's like a cloud or a crowd fund kind of a thing. I don't know, just thought. But I'm just just for my curiosity, I wanted to know like what, because I am under the impression that these days, storage costs and stuff like that should be cheap, right? It's like I don't know. I guess I'm thinking of the Google mindset where they have, you can just throw extra machines at the problem. Throw extra storage costs.
I mean, my own virtual private server host is a fairly cheap UK operator, and the storage.
So Cloudflare has some custom pricings where you have to call them to get the actual cost. But I'm looking at their standard pricing, and the highest I could see is like $500 a month or something for like the highest tier plan. And for a business, $500 a month isn't much, right? If you're
active, it's not.
If you're hosting like millions of users.
Yeah, but like with what they're offering for the pro package in video, that's what is so surprising to me. Like they're
so they have a pricing calculator here. Let's see. Let's turn up everything to the max and see what could put.
Also, when you consider video, we aren't just talking about the storage cost. We're talking about the CPU cost of transcoding.
Well, then that's no longer a Cloudflare problem, isn't it? That would be an Oracle problem.
No, that would still be a Mines problem, because that would be reflected into the cost.
But the Cloudflare is only for storage. Wouldn't they be using the Oracle VMs or for the cloud?
It's a good question. From what Ryan was saying, I got the impression that the transcoding was done by Cloudflare. Again, you could be right. They could just be a storage mechanism.
I turned everything up to the cost calculator here, up to the maximum, and it can go up to like 4,000 per month.
Don't you pass me post the URL to that?
The link to the calculator? Okay.
Yeah. So I can.
There you go. And this is on like 1 terabytes of data storage, and 5 million write operations. How many reads? 22.5 million. No, 25 million read operations. So it's like the max.
Using the new standard gigabyte of the EIC standard.
Yeah.
1,000 megabytes to gigabytes. Somebody can do maths.
So I guess $4 grand a month for something like mine, that that they have? That could be
break it down to the average.
That could be something around ballpark what they're spending.
2,000. Unfortunately, that's probably before tax.
I don't understand that either. Like, their spending seems to be outrageous. I mean, like Live Peer and what Live Peer charges people, just average person, one average person for the amount of video. It's
you've got to think about the scalability.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but still, that's a real high that's a steep price to be paying for their services.
I'm not so sure, considering the...
You mean for storage? You mean?
No, for just video for Live Peer. I mean, that right there too. Is it's outrageous.
Yeah,
And then like right here, I mean, it just. I don't understand.
Are you talking about?
Do that.
Are you talking about the Minds plan or the Live Peer's?
Like Live Peer. I mean,
how much? What's the Live Peer pricing like? Like you have a studio account to them, don't you?
Yeah, I do, but I don't know if I have access for them. I kind of screwed them over.
How much were you being billed?
Yeah.
Before you screwed them over.
Yeah. I like, screw you. I ain't fucking paying.
Well, you gotta. I remember you saying you gotta build. You gotta build at one point. And you never paid that bill, right?
Right. I'm not doing that shit.
But this goes back to my previous point. If you add your own infrastructure, then obviously you have to pay for the initial costs, i.e. the building, the actual wiring, the actual machines, the staff costs, which in the short term is more expensive. But in the long term, should be a lot cheaper. Whereas using a third-party hoster, in the short term, it may look less expensive, but in the long term, more expensive.
Yeah.
Well, like if you look at the Pro package, if you look at how much they allot for video, okay. That would pretty much run out for just an average person that posts videos. That would run out within halfway through the month.
Again, depends on resolution, depends on a number of different factors. Size, mainly file size. We're talking about here.
I mean, I can't remember exactly how much it is. I could go on Minds and pull it up.
So right now the live stream that we're doing on Minds, it's being stored off of the Live Peer server, right? It's not stored on Minds.
No.
Right. So
this live stream being stored on a third party sort of platform, so Rumble, Odyssey, and Globes.
But they're hosted on Live Peer storage servers, not on Minds, I don't think.
Right.
Okay.
Unless there's some naming weird convention where they.
Unless Live Peer is using a third party contractor themselves, to store.
Now we're talking about live stream though, like but like on Pro they're talking about like uploads, right? That would be more of uploads.
Yeah, in the pricing for Minds packages, we have it doesn't talk about the live streaming stuff at all.
Yeah, that's actually. Oh yeah, it does. You've got tick box. If you look at the about Flash Pro Plus table, they've got live streaming on all of them.
Right, but it doesn't have live streaming tick box, but it doesn't talk about the storage
Limitations.
capacity for the live streaming, right? Right now, this looks like there's no limitation whether you're even a regular or a plus account. You can still live stream, I guess, and there's no limit on how long you can live stream either. So that's a good thing.
I can see that's being changed in the next
Yeah.
year as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Ryan mentioned that too, didn't he?
Again, it's a fairly new service as far as mine's concerned. It's only been available for less than 6 months or something, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they've got to see how useful or how popular it is and then crunch numbers.
Yeah, because right now this guy Roger Hansen, he streams every Friday for 6 hours. That's a lot of storage.
He doesn't use the live streaming facility.
I'm griefed.
Yeah,
I'm getting griefed by the griefer, or the griefer's getting griefed.
the grief is griefing mine.
Yeah.
I've got a question for the average user, for the average community member. How much live streaming is going to be of use? I mean, I can see the useful larger content creators, but for the average individual,
yeah,
that's another thing that's weird. It's like I don't even know where to locate the other people that are live streaming. Like there's absolutely no way of navigating to like a certain area or anything. I don't even see live streams being
it is created as a regular post, does not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your best bet is to search for a tag.
Yeah, and that's up to the creator to actually tag it correctly, and
right.
So that's not necessarily
Not necessarily, yeah, but I guess that's the only thing that you can go by, I guess. Well, you search for live stream, the live stream tag, and right now Roger Hansen's post is coming up first. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's because I'm the only one that tags a live stream.
I hope not.
I'm probably
because Bob Dupp also live streams on mine. Right?
On the taglines though. I mean, nobody's. I bet you.
Nobody's using the tag. Nobody's using the tag. You're saying?
Like type in freaking live stream.
They could be using a different. There's no hard and fast rules about tagging.
Right.
So.
Well, I didn't know about tagging myself until I started streaming. So
Plus, right?
Well, on Plus, I didn't.
Plus, you have to have the tags.
Right.
Well, on all my posts, I create tags and I try to limit them to a certain amount of tags. So, as an example, if you look at go onto my channel and look for down hall tag. All the channel, all related videos are contain that tag. For my overview series, my overview of technology series, that all contains a tag, the overview tag.
Well, you've also got to take into consideration the majority of people on mines. They aren't video oriented, you know what I mean? So a lot of them don't have too much experience with taglines. Like
tag for any post. It doesn't matter if the post is video orientated or if it's image orientated or just text content.
Even I myself I'm lazy at hashtagging my posts, right?
I go to
you have to be using it judiciously or consciously be doing it because it's just and like normal users. What I'm saying, normal users are not going to use the hashtag.
And like
they're not going to bother.
like whenever you get the recommendations that drop down, you know, I've learned that that's kind of like on YouTube where they have freaking the search help tab they've got on there now. Like that's actually if they do recommend them, you should use the first ones that pop up, because that'll be the first tag that freaking gets viewed on that search engine. You know what I'm saying? So whenever I type in live, if they have something other than live for a hashtag, I should choose that one first because it'll get more views.
Interestingly enough, I've turned off all history from YouTube, or I've turned off all history and all data mining stuff from Google services, and I don't get any sort of recommendations now, because there's no, as far as YouTube's concerned, there is no history.
I mean, let's talk back about on Mind Network for a second. Do you guys think, especially Rogers, do you think you could benefit from having a network of your own? Like, I can already see your circle of collaborators, right? There's Magic Zag, there's Bub Dub, and there's Big John. What's his name? Old John.
Yeah, Old John.
Oh, right. So you already have a circle of collaborators that you can.
I think that
almost start a network of your own.
If anything was to be there, we would probably have to go with an idea like the one you had when you checked out that live peer, and you could actually get cryptocurrency from it.
All right. Yeah.
Now, if you went that route, then you could earn from the videos that you post, or people that use that service to post. But I don't see making a good profit off of it, paying $500, because
I mean, I'm not the average user of say, but if I wanted to use Minds as a platform for this sort of requirements, even though I would probably choose a different content management system, such as Luna or something. But if I were going to use Minds to host my own network, I would be self-hosting anyway.
You would do what, Mark?
I would be self-host now.
Self-host. Oh, right.
Yeah, VPN or get my own infrastructure and do it that way.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. If the Minds guys are listening, we need to do a cost analysis, cost comparison analysis of how much it would cost for you on a month to host your own cloud, host your own Mind network on your own cloud. You think, and you have a lot more storage capability than the Mind's network plan can offer, right? Yeah. Like, consider what you could be doing if you were hosting your own Mind network on like $500. What is it? $500 a year, right? Yeah, you could do a lot. So here, let's bring this up. So
now, you bring something up that makes me think here too. They said that it was going to be basically you would basically be able to customize your website, right?
Yeah.
So So do you have to actually go off of the amount of video that's being allotted to you, or could you customize that to where you could go outside of Minds to get that feature on your own?
On the self-host?
On self-host, at this present moment, we did cover this, but at this present moment, there's only the option to use Cloudflare.
I don't know. I'd have to take a look at another look at their code with with their network support right now. I can't imagine that being the case.
I was thinking of the concept of if I was an organization myself, I had my own infrastructure, machines and covered drives for the purpose of digital storage.
This wasn't true 2 years ago when I last played with the source. I can spin up an instance of mine, and being able to create users and log in, it doesn't need to use.
You can still do that. Remember,
it doesn't need to use Amazon storage at all, right? Way back when they were using Amazon.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Would that be create a instance?
So I would test that theory. I don't think it's tied to Cloudflare. If you're looking into your huge scale on for your little network, then it might be, but you can use the local storage on your little network.
If not, just rewrite code so points to your own storage. That always a GPL license, so it's up to you to modify the code for your own purposes.
That's right. Yeah.
Now, see that's another thing though. If I was to go into this stuff, you guys would have to be my tech dudes. You see what I mean?
You want to do a show on this, right?
No, I mean seriously. If
you want to do a show on this, we'd have to play around with it.
Listen,
we can't just talk smokes.
I'm telling you guys.
ICO,
you guys.
Chief technical officer for contracts.
You know what I'm saying? It's like
I take the source and build an instance, spin up an instance, and run it first, and have a play through it, and then we'll be able to talk about the self-hosting option.
This is one of the reasons why I increased the memory into my workstation, so I could just play around with ideas like this.
All right. Do you wanna share your resource, Mark? If you want to share your VPS, I can and let me add it. I can just.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about my local workstation, more than my VPS.
Oh, I see. Oh, crap. No, I'm talking about your VPS. Yeah.
Remember what my VPS? I don't think I've looked at my VPS.
Yeah.
I don't think the VPS.
And then after we play with this, we can invite the Minds guy back for another follow-up session, and we can do a cost-benefit, cost comparison analysis.
Don't give them no information. This is inside shit. You know what I'm saying?
What? Talk about inside shit. We're taking Mind stuff and we're doing stuff with it. So
come on,
you can't be more inside than the inside Mind guys.
Yeah, it's like just tell them all the good stuff you're coming up with, and
then that's okay. I'm willing to help them out, right? That's why.
I mean, put some bucks in your pocket. What the
hell? You mean come up with a solution and sell it back to the Mind guy?
No, come up with a solution, get your own website, freaking off of them for $500 a year.
Actually, my VPS professions wouldn't be able to do it anyway. According to the documentation I've got here, I've only got a physical RAM size of 6 gigs. At this present moment,
I have VMs hosting off of Azure Cloud, but it's pretty expensive to. I'm using keeping resources down just for the cost benefit issue. This is why I expanded the memory in my own workstation, so I can just experiment with these things locally. Okay. You can have a go at it. You can even punch a hole through your firewall and make your machine available to the internet.
I would have to consider how I would do that on, take a load of VMs or something.
Load it on a VM or something. I can do that with my
Yeah.
too. But it'll have to be running on dynamic DNS, which is not very reliable.
Spirable.
Yeah, I mean, if my ISP decide to change the IP address on my connection, it'll take 6 hours for it to propagate through.
No, I'm serious. If you guys could pull this off, I mean, there's no problem with coming up with content. You know what I mean?
I wish Robot could be in on this conversation because he seems to be able to gather cheap hosting or storage stuff. Like he's got his own Jitsi server running somewhere right now, right?
I didn't like Jitsi as a server framework because it's a Java-based framework and it eats up resources like anything.
Yeah.
That was the major reason why I didn't like Jitsi at all. Because server framework is resource intensive, really resource intensive.
Now you.
Yeah, I mean it's good. It's worth an experiment, and we can do a show out of this. But at the end of it, we can showcase the result and see.
Now you said you have what was it? We were just talking about it when I started up the stream earlier. That you were coming up with an alternative for Jitsi.
Oh yeah, I was. I've already deployed another instance of Nextcloud for your purposes.
That's what Marcus said.
And there's a project I've been playing on with for some time now called Nextcloud Talk, which is another real-time video conferencing text-based text elements plus video conferencing at the same time, and it integrates itself into the other Nextcloud services, so things like the file storage, the calendar, contact management, and it can integrate itself into that quite easily. I actually deployed another version on my server for our purposes, but I'm still yet to do a few finishing off configuration things, which I'm intending to do hopefully this weekend.
Yeah, because looking at their service plan right now, it's very like the initial tier. It's very limiting.
That was kind of what I was getting at. It's very limiting.
I'm self-hosting rather than using third.
Yeah.
Well, I'm hosting through my VPS contract rather than using their contracts.
Yeah.
Their provisions.
Yeah.
But I think that idea that you came up with, Tran, with the live peer where you can earn crypto from the videos would be something to look at too. I don't know if you remember it.
That would be on live peer side. It wouldn't have anything to do with mine.
Right. Well, see, if you go to the first tier, okay, on what you got shown there, look at the allotted amount of storage they have for video there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you would. What does that say? I can't see the whole screen there.
Which one? I just zoomed it in.
Yeah, it's over. Turn a little bit to the left, or if you can. 30 minutes of video storage, 8,000 minutes of video viewing, 8,000 of interaction events. That's not.
Yeah, I mean, if that was 30 minutes of video storage a month, that might be okay. But this is a lifetime, right? This is a lifetime of your network storing 30 minutes of video. How it's just not practical at all.
He said both. Sorry, where are you looking at? 30 minutes?
I just wanted to point that out, you know what I mean? It's just, and Ryan pretty much was honest, like I said before you got in here, Than, about it. He said it's not a good idea. You know what I mean? So, for me, that's the way I would go. I would go with your idea, what you brought up about the crypto side of life here.
Oh, okay.
But the crypto sides, how are you trying to work that crypto idea into mine?
Oh, I mean, if you could set it up to where people could come on to your website and be able to just live stream, and you could set up your website like any way you wanted to, have it to where they could have access to the video options you have from LivePeer. They could stream off of your website and you can make money off of it, and they can too.
Technically, as a beta, you can use any third-party platform to stream off, and then just link that.
But the idea of LivePeer earning crypto is that because you can offer up your machine as a streaming orchestrator.
As a node, in effect.
As a node, as a node. It's like the crypto mining. You basically offer up your machine resources so that LivePeer can use to transcode their video.
I presume you've got to provide your hardware for a certain amount of period.
Yeah.
Therefore, that resource is not available to you. So it's okay if you've got a network, a server farm or something, you can do that in. But if you a normal user with just one machine,
I mean, it depends on how their software utilize your resource, right? If it knows that when you use the machine, it'll scale down on its usage, and when your machine is unused, it'll ramp up its usage, right? If
it looks like a similar thing to old, standard cryptocurrency mining.
Right. But if it's very poor in utilizing your resource, where it's hogging your computer 100% of the time, then if this is your workstation that you do your stuff on, then it won't be good. But I don't know how the LivePeer orchestrator works.
Mining sort of industry, GPUs are expensive these days. Top level GPUs are expensive these days, and that could potentially reduce the lifespan of the GPU, depending on the condition of the maintenance of the GPU. So I can't imagine very many users actually going to start ripping out their GPUs and sticking new thermal paste on there every year or so.
Well, I mean,
fans and stuff.
That's where my idea about the processor comes into play. Get you a big old loud processor, one that's louder than a Harley Davidson,
GPUs rather than CPU mining,
and hook it up. You know what I mean? Have that bad boy just going 24/7, loud as a.
And also you've got to consider the cost of electricity. If you're having these machines running all day, every day, with GPUs taking up a lot of wattage, that is going to reflect on your energy bills.
Yeah.
And there's a sort of
cops will be kicking in your door thinking you're freaking growing pot. You know what I mean?
It's a sort of roundabout sort of argument.
plus the prices that it would, or the price that it would cost just to build a machine like that would be insane.
Not necessarily. Again, it depends on your vendor, depends on your buying ability, let's just say.
Yeah. Well, I want mine to be loud, like I said. I want to have a few motherboards. I don't want just one motherboard. I want at least 2 or 3.
I'm a big fan of buying wholesale or buying from refurbished companies that have gone out of back, gone either end of life devices or companies that have just gone out of business and need to sell their hardware off. Because you can get machines for extremely cheap prices if you know what you're looking for.
Now the community.
Yeah, I think these network plans are just right now geared toward high-end, large enterprise users.
Yeah.
Small businesses cannot afford this, I don't think.
Mm-hmm. That's even more expensive than what Rumble's one, to be honest.
Yeah, something else that has concerned me about mines, and this isn't a new thing at all, but the pricing structures has always, in my view, has always seemed to be quite heavy.
The Mines Plus subscription fee isn't too bad. I can even venture to say the Pro is. But I don't see any, like, with the network's pricing here. I don't see. It looks like they are totally off. Compared to the Plus and Mines Pro's pricing plan.
I mean, granted, I'm looking at this as more for the corporate sort of thing, so I'm looking at sort of, I'm used to agreeing to contracts and expecting sort of real value for money.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm in a different sort of market than the average user. The average user is just the home consumer, other than the sort of more corporate-minded.
Yeah. Yep. This sounds like it. Because for a small group of users, they're better off just using regular Mines. And
that's why I stopped using Mines Plus. I just went to the regular one.
But with regular Mines, you'll be limited on how long a video you can upload.
Oh, I've still got Mines Plus. I just stream to regular Mines. You know,
as far as Roger's concerned, he can just upload to YouTube and then reference that.
Yeah.
If it comes to that, that's what I'll do.
Yeah.
That's what I'll do in the end. Because, I mean, right now I've still got Mines Plus, so I can still do the streaming on Mines, but like there's no profit motive there. The only reason why I'm doing it is because, you know, people that I know on Mines, but other than that, I'm not expecting anything from it. So that's and plus I you know, since it's not about money, so why not just let everybody watch my videos on there, you know? Why do I want to just put it on Mines Plus?
Yeah.
You know.
And also, then you've got to think that both of us are work in the industry, and we can buy off a server whenever we want to. The average user can't.
Right.
The average user hasn't got the technical know-how to do that.
Right.
It's where the Mines provisions come in.
Yeah, I guess so. I can't imagine the most popular of their plan apparently is the community plan, and that has 500. I mean, it's just even looking at the top. It's even like, how can you survive with 500 minutes of storage for the lifetime? It sounds completely wrong to me. I don't know if Brian is mistaken on that or not.
What is a lifetime? I mean, lifetime. The word lifetime, as we all know, a lifetime, as far as marketing is concerned, could mean anything. Could be
What I mean is, like, this big 5 minute storage of your whole lifetime of dealing with Minds Inc.
No,
You
could
sign
that
up
be-
and you sign up to this plan, and all you get is 5 minutes forever. 5 minutes video storage maximum. And imagine this 5 minutes will run out on a community after like 6 months, maybe even less.
500 minutes isn't even. I mean,
Yeah.
that's not.
So I don't know
very
if
good.
Ryan's mistaking on this. I can imagine 500 minutes per month. Right? That would make more sense.
I really can't elaborate on that because I do way more videos.
Yeah,
than what
like, I
the
mean,
average person
for
does.
each month you are allowed to upload 5 minutes worth of video, right?
and then
That'd be more sensible than forever.
post the URL to that page. See, I'm having problems seeing your screen, so I'm getting the screen thing from you again.
Right, there you go.
Yeah, I can. Okay, update Netflix. I was looking at update Pro.
Yeah.
There we
Yeah,
go.
I'm still getting this weird green screen coming from you.
I posted the link in the.
Yeah,
in-
doing that. 500 minutes of video storage. Where's the lifetime?
It doesn't say, but we asked Ryan, and he clarified that's forever, right? The whole time, forever. That's the whole. Unless he's either he's mistaken in stating that, or we're mistaken in understanding him. It just doesn't sound.
Upload minutes.
Yeah.
Mark. Total
Like the
minutes of
upload minute
video.
would be more reasonable, right?
This is where I saw the sliding scale would be a lot better, where the user could just request a new contract with increased. I mean, I could go to my VPS server and say, well, I need more storage. I can let a slider increase the storage or that RAM or the CPU usage, and then get billed for based upon that number.
It's. I mean, are they talking about a month though? Because like if you look there, it says 500 a month.
Where are you?
Now, if you look at the little question mark.
Oh yeah, there's a question mark. Total of minutes uploaded to your network. No, it doesn't say minutes accumulated month to month. It seems to be a lifetime.
Yeah,
Total minutes of video uploaded to your network.
that's
So I
insane.
presume, if necessary, I could, as a normal user, I could go to Minds and say, I want more. Please send me a new contract.
Yeah. Well, you just go up to the one more level in the service plan there, but again, it's all limited by the lifetime of your network.
I can see that,
You exceed that limit, you get charged $15.
Now, see,
I can imagine a user going to the senior staff requesting further, and then negotiations.
see, I think they're doing that on purpose though, because if you look at the way they got this set up, okay, all the way over to the right, they got $0 a month. Okay,
Yeah,
so they,
because self-hosting.
see, and they got all these crazy prices set up before that, and you look at topic's just basically going to be about Cinderella Castle, and I want to do kind of a deep dive on that because there's a lot of cool stuff I've gone over by doing your project with you.
Yeah, 100%.
And I think there's some stuff that a lot of people haven't mentioned when it comes to Disney, when it comes to that castle in particular. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff.
100%, 100%.
So,
it's a cool castle. It's a cool castle.
It really is. I was telling Zach, just so you guys know, like, whoever built that castle was either a genius or a freaking madman. All right. It's.
Do you know who designed it?
So it was a combination of everyone. So there wasn't one specific architect. 'Cause I did research on it myself. I was like, surely it's got to be one of the big like Imagineers that did it. It was just a collection of them, and the Imagineers were essentially just the animators that Walt worked with and Roy worked with. They literally got kicked into. It was like, right, you're gonna go and start making attractions now for parks. So it's like, how are we doing that? It was like, just make the stories real, essentially. And I was like, okay, I suppose that's how it works. There isn't one specific one, but if I could probably put one name to it, it'd probably be. There's probably just so many. Probably Claude Coates, probably Ex Atencio. You know, there's some big names that. These are all going to sound like random people to you, but these are like Disney legends that I'm spitting out, and it's just like, it's got to be them that made it, but I couldn't find just one name that was like specifically like reference for it, so it's a shame, but like, I don't know, I think it's just a collection of everyone.
Okay, so
presumably there were project managers as such. So yeah, there would be a group of people that are deciding that this building goes there, that building goes there.
Yeah.
Mm.
That'd be Roy. That'd be Walt's brother who would have decided all of that. Because essentially, so the Magic Kingdom at Disney World, like the castle itself, is based off Cinderella, and the castle itself is actually the wrong way round. So it was meant to be. So the entrance is the back, but because it looks so much better from the back, they made that front. And it's just to another level. The Magic Kingdom itself is essentially not the same park as is over at Disneyland, but it's just amped up to like a bigger level because they've got more space to do what they wanted to do with it and stuff like that. So but yeah, it's that would be Roy that was like, right, you do this, you do that, and then but the fun fact as well, the Disneyland castle is the smallest. It stands at like, how tall is it? I think it's 77, 78 meters high. So the Cinderella castle is like 3-4 times the height of that because it stands at 199 meters. And the only reason why, not 199, 197, 198. It's round about that ballpark. And the only reason it's not above that is because there's laws in Florida that don't allow you to build over like 200 meters. So
roughly 650 feet.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. There's laws there that are not allowed to build above 200. So the only thing that is bigger than Cinderella Castle is a ride called Expedition Everest, which is a roller coaster, and that stands flat at 200, and it's literally like the biggest thing in Disney World. And the only reason is because of the peak.
Do you know if they stayed with the same standards in France?
The French one. That's another Sleeping Beauty castle. No, it's not. Yes, yeah, it is. That is I think that's the same size as the Disneyland one, because the Disneyland castle is also Sleeping Beauty. So there's two Sleeping Beauty castles, and the only reason the Disneyland one is the one at California is Sleeping Beauty is because Walt wanted to promote the movie before it came out. It was due out in 1957. Sleeping Beauty came out. So, and then the park, so the Disneyland opened 55. So Sleeping Beauty Castle was like the biggest, like the promotion he could give to like get everyone hyped for the movie, pretty much. So the Disneyland Paris Castle is essentially, I find it a lot better than the Walt Disney than the Disneyland one, purely because there's more to it. There's more inside of it. You've got the top floor and you've got like the basement as well, where there's like a giant Maleficent like animatronic as well, which is very cool. Of like her being in a dragon form. It's very cool. Easily like one of the best animatronics like within a Disney park, 100%.
That's pretty cool. Now, what year exactly was it that the Cinderella castle was built?
So it was their opening day, October 1st, 1971. It was finished construction when the Magic Kingdom opened at Walt Disney World. And that was like their opening day park. So it's been their day dot, to be fair. It's been their day one. That was like one of their main, I would say the main focuses, because as you watch the whole point of a Magic Kingdom, or like a Main Street USA, which is like the main stretch, is you go through the berm under the railroad, and you enter the world of Disney at that point. Like you leave the outside world behind, and you leave that. And the whole reason they did that is because Anaheim has got the highways around and everything, so it's kind of just like lived on in like Disney architecture and things like that. So it's like been opening day one, but the whole point of it is Main Street. Is you walk down Main Street, and that's the first thing you see, because the castle is the hub for the whole of the whole park. Like that's your central point where like your Fantasyland begins, and like you can split off into your different kind of areas of like Adventureland, Tomorrowland, what's the other ones, Fantasyland, and all of the other kind of like different parts of the park. But yeah, it's kind of like it had to be there day one because it's the main focus of the park. It is the icon.
That's pretty cool. Now, we were talking before about the walls, and I kind of got off there. I didn't really get specific about that. Now, the actual castle, the inside, I understand what you're talking about with the pink and stuff, but I was talking about the outer perimeter wall that goes around Cinderella Castle.
Like the moat?
Yeah, right around the moat and everything.
Yeah.
Did you notice, like, on one side of that wall, it looks like it was unfinished? Like, they don't have the blue trim that goes around it on one side, but they have it on the other. Do you know?
Yeah, so they did that. They've done that purposely, so it looks like it's water damage from the water itself. So it's one of those little details that they don't need to do, but they do. It's very clever the way they do it, to be fair. And they've done that. They've done that since day one, to be fair, with it all. Obviously, as time goes on and everything, it would have like been natural water damage and things like that. But I don't think. Actually, I don't know, because I don't think there's any chemicals in the water. There might be. Not like chlorine, but more like keeping it fresh with like the fresh kind of like, so it doesn't go stagnant and things like that. But yeah, I think it's more so done purposely because part of the castle does sit on the water. But yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that it sits up on the water and everything, but like looking down at it from Google Maps, you can actually see how close that structure is to the water that's around it. It's just amazing.
To be fair though, Disney World, the Magic Kingdom specifically is built 6 feet above land, so it's not actually on land. So everything, because when Walt initially bought all the land in Florida for they were deeming it the Florida project at the time, it was all swampland, and he was using he was using like alternate names and companies, so then he could buy up the property without having him knowing he was doing it. Because obviously, if it was Walt's name attached to it, they would have skyrocketed the prices. So he was using different kind of names and different companies to buy up the land. Now I don't know how much they bought. I'm pretty sure they bought a crap ton, man. And some of it to this day is still unused. Like some of it, I'm looking at Thran's stream here now. You've got the Magic Kingdom is the furthest away, and the rest are kind of close together.
This one, right?
Yeah. So all of this area going towards Epcot and Animal Kingdom is unused land, because there's nothing there at all apart from roads and kind of like signage. The whole like what's the word I'm looking for? Borderline of Disney World is the size of San Francisco currently, and that's with everything that's just been built, and they've still got more land to this day that they've still not used. It's crazy.
I have the virtual tour of it right on the screen here.
Yeah. Oh.
Now, see, right down that road, that's where I'm planning on using as an example for the project you were talking about.
100%, yeah. That'd be ideal because, in 249 days, Roger, I'll be walking down that road. I cannot wait. Oh, it's been so long. Oh, it's just gorgeous.
It looks beautiful from virtual tour.
It's so beautiful in real life, man. Like no words can describe. No, 100%. I will cry like a little bitch. 100%. I know I will.
Are you supposed to say bitch on the Disney?
It's fine. It'd be all right. It'd be fine. I've said worse. Nah, but man, 100%. Like it's just a beautiful castle. It really is. It's like it's one of the biggest. That just the Magic Kingdom itself is just a staple of. You think of a theme park around the world, you're instantly thinking of a Disney park. You know what I mean? Like you're thinking of Magic Kingdom because it's that iconic. It's crazy how iconic it is. To be fair.
The virtual tour crashed on me.
Yeah.
Oh no!
That whole walkway right there I wasn't gonna hit, but like right there where they have the stage.
Yeah.
And everything like that.
Yeah, the stage is a big part. So they have like specific shows that they do for like parties, and they have an opening. Every single morning they have an opening kind of like show with like Mickey and friends and everything like that, welcoming everyone to the park and things like that on that stage. They've recently just done it with like new lights and new like slip resistant like panels and things like that, I think. And new electronics underneath it and stuff like that. Oh, the partner statue, beautiful.
It's just amazing.
It's gorgeous. It's just so photogenic. It really is. I think I did read something. I think it was last year. I think the Magic Kingdom Castle was the most photographed place in the world, and like the most Instagram place on like social media of like for the past like 10 years. Like since like Instagram's been like a thing, it's been like the most Instagram thing to like post on social medias and things like that. Which is crazy,
bigger
man.
Than
It's crazy.
Bigger than the Eiffel Tower, bigger than Big Ben.
Yeah. I mean, Big Ben's just a clock, and it's not even the clock. Big Ben is actually just the thing
bell,
inside the clock. Yeah, it's just the bell. That is. So it's not even the clock, man. It's been lying to us the whole time.
So the lake, you were telling us or telling me before that they had to drain the lake and do work on that.
Yeah.
Could you kind of go into that and explain that a little bit?
Yeah, sure, sure. So the lake around the castle and things like that, it's all man-made, so they can drain it whenever they want. They drained it. It must have been last year now, and they were just doing some maintenance work because underneath it you've got they do a lot of fireworks shows. They do a lot of kind of like a lot of shows around, just trying to keep it fresh and everything. So there's a lot of like electronics underneath it for like lighting and things like that for the nighttime and everything. They were just keeping that to be like drain that, clear it, make it fresh and everything. And I'm looking at Thrawn's here. This lake here that you're looking at in front of Magic Kingdom is Bay Lake, or this? No, it's not. No, it's not. It's the Seven Seas Lagoon. Sorry. So this here, that island that you're hovering over is Discovery Islands. That was the first Animal Kingdom, and it's to this day it's still there. Like you can like people, Disney YouTubers in general made their debut doing stuff like that as like Disney urban myths and like urban explorers, because when like 10 plus years ago everything was still there. Like you could go and see all the buildings, you could see all the things that they had, like all the equipment they had and everything like that. It was all there, and I think it's still there to this day. Obviously if you go on, you're gonna you are trespassing, so it's against the law, but man, it'd be so cool to see that. It'd be so cool.
Zach, are these man-made lakes or natural?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, so I touched on it a little bit. So the Magic Kingdom itself is 6 feet above the ground. So everything here in Disney World is built on top of swampland, so it has to be above sea level and things like that. And the only reason why is because under Magic Kingdom, because it's so high up, they have a system of tunnels underneath Magic Kingdom called utilidors, which is where all the cast members go, all your stage performers, your characters, so you can get to all the different parts of the park. Because the one issue that Walt had with Disneyland is he said it takes the magic away when you're seeing a cowboy walking from Adventureland to Tomorrowland to get backstage, because not everywhere in Disneyland has backstage access, because it's small. So in Disney World they rectified that and built it above the ground, 6 foot above the ground, and you can get like you've got golf carts down there. It's where all your trash goes. So the trash cans themselves are vacuum sealed, like they suck down the rubbish so they're never full, and it completely recycles it and things like that, all down below under your feet in Magic Kingdom. And it's so impressive that they even thought of that, to be fair. Like it's crazy, man. It's crazy. But yeah, the another fun fact about the trash cans, whilst I'm kind of on the topic, there is no trash can further than 30 steps away. And there's a myth in the Disney community that that's how long it took Walt to eat a hot dog. So it took Walt 30 steps to eat a hot dog, and then he'd be like, right, we need a trash can here. And there's these trash cans like as far as the eye can see, and that is the whole reason why, because he didn't want a dirty park.
Nice.
That's some good information. I keep leaving my mic up when I take it off. But right there is what's going to lead me into my next question, because what I found the most interesting about this castle is the fact that freaking the peaks on the towers. Okay. Yeah, I mentioned it to you before about they're not a perfect cone shape. And they have kind of like they have that kind of like witch hat look to them.
Yeah.
So I was wanting to know if you could kind of get into that on what we were discussing before. You told me about it, but I'd like to have it on stream where you mentioned that and talk a little bit about it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, 100%. I got you. So the whole. Let me just get up the. I'm just going to use Thrawn's picture here for reference. So the whole aspect of the castle is it was meant to be to bring Cinderella's castle to real life, because all those movies back in the day were hand drawn and not like computer animated things like that. They were never perfect, so they were always like implications with the kind of like the shapes and things like that. So they brought that into that. But another reason is because there is a limitation on how high it could be. In Florida, they had to use something called forced perspective, which allows it to look taller than it actually is. So the tallest spire is actually at the front, not at the back. It is, I think the tallest spire is like this one here. I'm trying to explain it. So I think it's the one on the left, or the one on the left or the right, but it's at the front, and the rest are built on top behind. So it looks like the back is like higher up, but it's actually the front. And then at the top, as well, they have lightning rods. Obviously, Florida's prone to hurricanes and everything like that, so it's one of them where they had to be prepared for that. So they put lightning rods on there, so then if lightning does strike, it doesn't affect the castle. It kind of like takes it in and doesn't like harm it or anything like that, so it doesn't get destroyed.
I'm trying to find a 3D view of the castle.
Oh yeah. Let me see if I can find one.
Yeah.
Now,
As well.
I've got a photo and everything that I can share because I've been using it as a reference, but it doesn't really give it justice.
Oh no, nothing ever gives it justice when it's.
Yeah.
You've got to see it in person. It's just it's beautiful. To be fair though, this is not. This is like one of obviously I'm being biased, but the one in Disneyland Paris is deemed the most beautiful castle and most beautiful park, purely because of the colours and just the walk up to the castle. It is something else. It is beautiful, to be fair. But then again, I'm biased with this one because this is like Walt Disney World is like my favourite park, so my opinion does not count. Okay, I think I've got something, but I don't know.
And see, like all that with the garden and stuff. The picture I have, none of that was even put in yet with it.
Yeah.
Well, this is in Paris, though, isn't it?
Is this one in Paris?
No, that's Disney World. That is Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Disney World. Yeah. That's the Florida one.
Yeah. And the one I have, they still got the buildings and stuff, and then you go into that little circular park.
Yeah,
this
which
one's
is
actually going inside.
Yeah. So you can walk through, and then you make your way to like the courtyard where like Fantasyland kind of begins and stuff. And inside the castle, you have what's it called? There's a restaurant. Is it called Royal Fair or Cinderella's Cat Round something? There's a restaurant in there where it's like a meet and greet where you can meet Cinderella, and like it's a character dining kind of like thing. Oh, so that was for the 50th. Yeah, that was for the 50th anniversary of Disney World. They kind of like dressed it up. There's been some weird iterations of that over the past years. Let me see if I can find some of them, because y'all will get a kick out of the 25th anniversary. It's weird. It's like a giant birthday cake. It's not good. It's really not good looking. It's just not.
One thing too that I did want to mention too is the colors. Now, why did they choose pink, blue, and yellow? Do you know?
That is a question that goes among the Disney community because to begin with, it was white, blue, and kind of like I want to say silver, but I think it was more like a grey color. And they changed it for the 50th, and I don't think they're going to change it back. Some people like it, some people don't. Personally, I don't mind it, but some people don't really just don't like it for one reason or another. I mean, personally, I'm going to see it in both. Like it was the original color when I saw it when I went years ago. But it's going to be this color now, this pink and blue kind of color now when I go. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not really fussed by it, to be fair. I kind of like it. I think it works. Some people just really don't like it at all. Really don't. Which is a shame because, like, you know, they're trying something new and, you know.
What really stands out to me, though, is the fact that the flags are yellow. You know what I mean? And I don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't know why that sticks out to me, but like yellow flags, that's something that really sticks out to me.
Is that Cinderella's color? Her dress is yellow?
No, Belle's dress is yellow.
Oh, Belle's is right.
Yeah, Cinderella's dress is like a blue? Like a blue tint. Yeah. Let me see if I can get a decent picture of the 25th anniversary, because this is a monstrosity, and I'm so glad that this was just temporary. Like, oh my gosh, it's kind of mad how bad it was. Let me see if I can. Let me see. Oh wait, I'll share my. No, I will pop. Let me see if I can save it. Copy link. There we go. And I'll send it in the chat. We can all have a look at this together because it is terrible. It's just like a giant birthday cake, and it's just not nice. It just looks disgusting. It really does.
Okay.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Roger can bring it up on the stream.
Yeah, I have the photo,
Bring it up on the stream.
and now I've got to bring it into Jitsi. So give me a second.
Oh, Roger's doing it. No worries.
How Cinderella Castle has changed over the years.
Yeah,
So,
that's.
is this the one?
That's the original?
Yeah, that's
the original. Yeah.
Okay, that's in 2019.
2019.
Magic
Gothic
King.
looking building.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the 25th, the pink. Yeah. Oh yeah.
This one's in 1972, but it's in black and white. Oh wow.
And that's why I was thinking
95.
Gothic feel.
1995. Now, which one was it that you said was the atrocity?
Go down again.
Yeah, so it'll be 1996 for the 25th anniversary.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well,
That's all pink.
that's horrible.
See what I mean?
It's a monstrosity.
It actually, it's just not nice. It's just a meme in the Disney community. Like, why would you even do that? Like, that is not nice in the slightest.
That's horrible.
Like, it's not nice at all. It's really not. I don't know what they were thinking about that at all.
I don't know if you're a 7-year-old that 7-year-old girl.
I guess so, yeah, 'cause,
Because of the CD attraction, yeah.
Little girls like pink.
They go wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, little girls do like.
Like I'm all for a bit of pink, but good lord, that is wow. Like my gosh.
I regret scrolling down. I mean,
Yeah.
seriously. They're like, oh
I
my
regret
gosh.
doing the research on it, Roger. I really do. I'm not gonna.
Well, I mean, doing research is good, but when you run across something like that, you're like, oh
Yeah.
my gosh, what did they do?
100%. 100%. Thankfully, it's never been worse than that, so we're all right. We're all right. So far, yeah.
That is insane.
That's the lowest thing.
Do you guys want to keep looking at this?
Yeah, keep scrolling down to the end. We'll see.
Okay.
I've got to do on Marvel's screen as well, so.
I don't know if
yeah.
I want to scroll down. I mean,
It's totally ruined it to him.
Yeah,
Well, you've seen the worst.
that's
Think of it that way.
No, I don't know. I mean, okay. No, this is.
So that was yes. That's Disneyland's 50th anniversary.
That looks pretty.
That was a.
That looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm
the
looking at
gold
the
and the white, yeah.
I'm looking at the 2011 images. One looks like a Andy sort of bars, the red and white
going
sort of barber shop stripes.
Oh wow, what is this all
Yeah.
about?
So this was the opening of, I believe, Stitch's Great Escape, which was a terrifying ride, to say the least. There's a whole history behind that that's... I don't want to go too much into it because I kind of want to do a video on it. I kind of want to do a bit more research and do like a video on it. Hopefully I get more information that some people haven't ever come across, but it was a terrifying ride. It really, really was. It was just... Yeah. So they decorated the castle for that as well, for like the grand opening.
So let me get this straight. Every time they come out with a new ride or new gimmick, they torture that poor castle.
Oh no! It's not every time. It's not every time. I think because Stitch was such, or still is such a rememberable character, and such like he's probably like, I'd say he's more or less like, Stitch is a very well known character. Personally, he's my favorite, as you can tell. But like he is, because he's so memorable, because he's so kind of like mischievous. His whole personality is like being mischievous and things like that, and it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool that they did that. But yeah, I think that's the only reason why they did that. They don't do it every time. Like, I don't think it's been done by a character, quote unquote, since. So
It says here, Cinderella Castle was temporarily vandalized by Stitch in 2005.
Yeah, so it looked like he TP'd the castle. It's pretty good.
That is pretty cool. Now that's nice.
That is, yeah. The lights over it. So they did that up until recently. And they had like lights draping down the whole castle. And they did it for fireworks shows at night and castle shows and things like that. Nowadays they don't do that because they have the projections on it and the projection mapping on it and stuff.
Yeah.
So they kind of use nowadays they use the castle from like projections that are up on Main Street and things like that beam across, and like they use that to help tell the story of like the onstage shows and things like that, which is very cool. And it goes along with like the fireworks, and it's like a whole synchronized song and dance. It's very cool.
I don't know if they do it, but are they planning on doing like a light show or something like that when it comes to Cinderella Castle?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I mean, possibly they've got something in the works. They usually do for stuff like big memorable moments for things like that, but I don't know. We'll have to see.
Because I remember they're talking about doing that for 4th of July here in the United States for a lot of stuff. So I could
Yeah.
I could see them start thinking about doing that here. Or
They do have a special fireworks show for 4th of July that does only happen on 4th of July. But I don't know if the castle's part of that. I don't think it is. I think it's more so just the backdrop for the fireworks and things like that.
That's pretty good stuff right here. Oh my goodness. What the heck? Memories.
So this is
okay. Go
yeah.
ahead.
So the memories and you. So they kind of do this. So this is like an old show, and this was the first time they tried and did like projection mapping on the castle. It's gotten a lot better now, but they kind of like tried to wrap it with like wrapping paper and stuff like that. I don't know what they were planning on doing that with, but it's gotten a lot better nowadays. But yeah, that was thankfully it's only kind of like nighttime you see that, because obviously the projections don't work during the day. But I mean, yeah, it goes along with the shows that they try and do. Some shows last longer than others, some, you know, like in terms of like length over the years and stuff. But yeah, so I mean, that one didn't last long. It was only between like a year, I believe. So like, 2 years. It says 2011, 2012 there. So that would have been two Christmas events. So, but yeah,
it's pretty cool. All right. So this one is a view of Cinderella Castle at Magic Kingdom in 2019.
Yeah.
And now this is the one that I really need something like with that, so that I can get a better view of what I'm doing there. So
yeah,
I might go on there and see if I can hijack that.
100%. Do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. But yeah, it's just a fascinating piece of architecture. It really is. It's so cool to see it. It really, really is. It's to think that the parks and the attractions that lasted this long was all started by people who made movies to begin with, could then transfer it into real life and make rides that are now probably more well known than the movies themselves. Is just insanely cool.
No,
you know?
the statue in front. Okay, what do you know? What do you know about that?
The partner statue. So that is so. Unfortunately, when Walt passed away in '66, he wasn't around to see the opening day of Disney World. So it was his brother Roy, who was in charge of the Disney company at the time, and opened Disney World. And it was only meant to be called Disney World, but Roy, in honor of his brother, his younger brother, called it Walt Disney World, and he made. It's deemed the which one is it now? The happiest? No. Is it the most magical place on earth? I think the slogan is for Disney World is. And he, it was Roy's chance to, build something in legacy for his brother Walt, and that statue is kind of like a tribute to Walt, in terms of this is your part, this is your legacy. You started this, I finished it, in terms of this is your work. I helped to see it through to make it become a reality, essentially. So that's Roy's tribute to Walt. In terms of other statues, they have just recently announced and unveiled a brand new one at Epcot, which was it's called Walt the Dreamer, and this is a beautiful statue. And so, just to step away from the castle for a minute, the castle, Magic Kingdom, was obviously in the works all the time, but Walt's passion was the next part that was built in '81, called Epcot. And the Epcot, or it was as Walt wanted to do it called, was the Experimental Prototype Community of Tomorrow. And essentially what he wanted it to be is he wanted it to be a community where people could live, work, and kind of like, you know, have it a living, breathing kind of like neighborhood, so to speak, where people could enjoy the, you know, part of like the always moving forward with the, you know, new technology and things like that. It didn't work out that way. It worked out more like a World's Fair type kind of situation, where, you know, they've brought the World Showcase of like 11, 12 different countries around around Echo Lake, and also they've got the upgrading like technology and things like that. And Epcot is going through like a major redo at the minute. Has been for like the past 3 or 4 years. Obviously, COVID put like a bit of a bump in the works and things like that, but they're getting on track. They're slowly opening it up. They've just unveiled this new statue, and it's gorgeous. It's Walt kind of like admiring Epcot itself, and it looks beautiful. It really, really does. And
your description of the sort of working, living, the entire community thing to sort of remind me of the so-called controversial 15-minute city sort of idea. I mean, well,
essentially kind of, but like, I mean, Walt was a big dreamer. Walt was like, not everything he ever made or wanted to, you know, whatever he wanted to create, not all of it came, because his brother Roy was more like the realistic kind of like, that's not gonna work. You can't do that. That's physically impossible at the time. And Walt was like, no, I can make it work. Walt was like, if I want something, I will do it. And Roy was like, no, we can't physically do it. We can't do that. But like, in terms of like Disney stuff, like they've always been above and beyond with like new technology and things like that. They were the first to make the animatronics, the audio animatronics, like to a point where they have deemed the name audio animatronics. Like no other park around the world are allowed to call them that. They're only allowed to call them animatronics.
Well, they've got a trademark.
Yeah, they've trademarked it. They've legal trademarked audio animatronic. In terms of like ride systems, looking at Star Tours and things like that, the one that they did with George Lucas, they made the whole system itself is made from a state-of-the-art flight simulator that pilots use to learn how to fly planes and things like that. And they've adapted that and made it into their own kind of like ride system. They have 4D attractions where they can use smell to like entice the audience to like smell what's on the screen and things like that. And it's just so impressive what they come up with. And to be fair, none of it would have happened if Walt didn't believe in himself and his creators, his Imagineers, his ride or dies, essentially.
I know that what I've seen there from the photos is pretty amazing, and like that last one, I guess, is the final makeover on 2021.
Yeah, so it's no longer got like the banners on it and the 50th emblem, but it is that color scheme. It is still that pink, blue, and kind of like gray, like grayish kind of blue color. And they've kind of kept with that color scheme. Again, like I said, it's very controversial. Some people like it, some people don't like it. I'm leaning towards I like it. Like I do like the kind of color scheme. I think it works well. It goes well with like Cinderella, and I'm just glad they didn't go with like a brighter pink. Like I think that pale pink works well because they've done it purposely because it looks it looks faded by the sun. So then obviously because it is in Florida, things are gonna get faded and things like that. So they touch it up every couple of years. But other than that, it's I like it, to be fair. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, the pink works quite well with the old sort of spires trim.
Yeah. It works
noticed-
well together.
I noticed the blue they lightened up on it too. It's not as dark. It doesn't have like that purplish blue kind of look to it too.
Yeah, they've gone for more like a royal blue kind of like aspects of it, which kind of goes in line with kind of like the beginning of the color of Cinderella's dress to begin with, and then it kind of like dims down from to me it looks like it dims down as the castle gets closer to the floor. I don't know if that's me just trying to make something out of it, but it looks pretty. Yeah.
Oh, gaming cave. Yeah, I was I thought somebody might actually have sent the message off Discord, so got distracted there for a little bit. It was gaming cave. Now we went over the slideshow or the photos and everything on here. Out of all of these, which one would you say is your favorite out of every one of them?
Oh, that's a tough one. I'm probably gonna say the original kind of like color scheme, like from the one where it was when I went in, like way back in like 2011. Kind of like the grey and the dark, like the light blue. I think that just hits home for me a little bit, just because obviously I've seen that one in person. It's just very nostalgic, very like reminiscent of like my memories that I remember, going to the Magic Kingdom and being able to explore that. Because like the first time I ever saw the castle was like we just landed, and it was like, it must have been like 5 o'clock when we all got checked into the hotel. And we went to the park and we stayed in the park till like gone like 11, 12 midnight. And we saw the end of day fireworks show, and I got to see the castle, and it was just beautiful. It was just beautiful. It really was just a beautiful kind of like show. And yeah, I think that one is always going to be my favorite, but I am in favor of the new color scheme as well, and I think I'll be more in favor of it when I get to see it in person next year as well.
Now, the one that we seen for the 25th anniversary, what do you think inspired them to do that? Did you ever find anything out what made them decide to go that route? Was it like
I think, I don't know if this is, I don't know, I read it somewhere, but I don't know if it's like legit, is they were trying to go for a theme where Minnie had baked a cake, in terms of it looking like a birthday cake. It was one of Minnie's gifts to Mickey and to Walt, to be like, happy 25th anniversary to Disney World, that kind of stuff. I don't know if that's true, but it kind of holds up, like, because it does look like a giant birthday cake. Minnie's a bit of a baker in like the shows and things like that, in like the shorts and all that kind of stuff. So it kind of holds up, but I don't know how true that is. I don't think it's ever been confirmed that was the case. I do know it was a birthday cake in terms of like that's what they were going for, but in terms of like the lore and the story behind it, I don't know if that's actually true.
Okay. So right here, I'm looking at this, and that's what I was talking to you about with the architecture on these cones. And the reason why I brought that up is because I know from other research that I've done is, and we've discussed this before, but this style is Eastern Europe tradition, how they do those type of cones on top of towers and stuff. And then you mentioned a little bit about that, about when they started doing the architecture, they were wanting to do something to that effect. Is that true?
It is. Yeah. So they wanted something kind of like European looking, and I believe Cinderella is from a Europe country. I'm trying to think. me see if I can
I think it's part of the Green Brothers trilogy.
What's the one?
I think it's Germany.
In
I
Germany.
think.
Yeah, Germany. I think it's Germany. It's first round occurrence. Italian name. I don't think it's Italian. No. I'm trying to think. I can't think. I can't think what I'm trying to look. It's saying Italian. Whether it is Italian, I'm not sure. I know Snow White's German, but I'm saying Cinderella's Italian. Maybe that's some research I need to do. To be fair.
I just.
But yeah,
I couldn't see Cinderella as being an Italian girl.
No, see, that's it. But that's not actually the.
I mean, the building itself reminds me very sort of northern, lots of Germany, Austrian.
Yeah.
That area.
That's what really stuck out to me too. Like it has a lot of that when you look at it.
Okay, so I've just a little quick history. It says that the version that Walt Disney used was from a French story of someone called Perrault in 1697. This French version includes the pumpkin, the fairy godmother, and the glass slipper. It's a version that Walt Disney used to create his Cinderella movie in 1950. So Cinderella's French for the Disney law, from the sound of it. From what I can see, obviously I need to do a bit more research, but yeah. I mean, the castle itself looks very European. I mean, you can just tell with like the spires, the turrets, the kind of like the cylinders, the archways, and all that kind of stuff. It's very, very reminiscent. You know, the clock, the windows, and all that kind of stuff. It is very, very European, to be fair. Very gothic,
Christian.
Yeah.
Medieval Christian. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I could see a king living in it. You know.
Yeah. And like those towers, though, they just stick out like nobody's
100%.
business. I mean,
that's the first thing you see from like way back Main Street. Like that's the first thing you see, and they stand out. Like I feel like they have to. So them being on a point rather than just being full, like not obviously not 100% like cylindrical, but being pointed and being like on an like angled. It really does help them stand out a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna have to also get the link from that virtual tour that you got there, Tan, too, because that'll be useful for me. If you have the link for that, I'd appreciate you be able to share that with me. Okay.
Sure. You mean the site or the video?
The
site where you go on the virtual tour.
Okay, I'll shoot it right now.
Just out of interest, is the interior accessible? At least by staff members? Can the staff go to the top tower?
So at the top of the tower, there is a room called the Cinderella Suite where you have to be invited in to stay in that room. You can do like I think it's a 2-night stay you can do in that room, and it's right that very top right in the middle there, that bottom window, that's the Cinderella Suite right there, and it's very, very like high-end exclusive, kind of like weighted hand on foot kind of stuff, but from a perspective of like a guest, I don't think you can go up. I don't think there is a way to get up, purely because I think it's for the cast members and things like that, for like keeping kind of like stuff there. They used to keep fireworks up there, but it's all done by like computers and kind of stuff now, so it's all done kind of like remotely. But they used to keep stuff up there, so I don't think you can go up there at all. So it is kind of like ground level, so to speak. But yeah, there is a full like room up there with like kind of like based on like Cinderella's like royal suite in one of the movies and things like that.
That brings me up to something I almost forgot about too. I'm glad you mentioned that, Mark, because it comes to those towers and the windows they have in there now. Are they opened up, or do they actually have glass in them?
I think some of them do have glass. So the one at the Cinderella Castle definitely has glass in it, and I think the rest of them do. Obviously, they are protected with hurricane damage
one
and
or
things
two
like that.
windows that look like they're fake windows. Okay, sort of. Looks like they've been bricked up or something.
Yeah. So I think more of the ones at the top are the real ones, and the ones closer down are probably the ones that are like, you know, kind of like bricked off, or like kind of look like they're not there anymore. Right. Yeah.
Like they look like they're windows, but they're really not.
Yeah.
I was wondering that when I was looking at it and doing the project, because I noticed like you don't really get that good of a view of them. And
no.
They would. It makes sense they would do that too if they weren't actually windows, but they just were there to portray. Portrayed as a window, you know. It's pretty genius. That's what I was saying.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Whoever made that castle was a genius, or they were freaking madmen. I'll stand by that. Especially now. I know everybody's showing some examples and stuff, but do you guys mind if I give you an overview on this site with the Google Maps? I've showed you.
Oh no, go ahead.
I've showed you already, Zach, but I think it would be really beneficial if you guys could see
yeah,
100%.
If you excuse me for a sec, I just need to nip to the bathroom. So just give me 1 second.
Okay. Go for it. Now, I can pull this up to here in a second, and you guys can see what I'm talking about. Like, the structure on this place is just insane, especially when you see it from the top view. I'll pull up maps and get it going if I can find it. Now, Disney World. And Walt Disney World Resort. What the heck? That's not what I was looking for. Yeah. Force. Disney World. Huh. Disney World, Florida. There we go. That's not showing me what I'm looking for here, man. Yeah.
What are you looking for?
Disney World from map view. Walt Disney.
The Magic Kingdom or just the whole thing?
I could do Magic Kingdom, yeah.
Yeah. Search for Magic Kingdom and you can zoom out from there.
Let me... Yeah, there we go. Now, this is the view from above, okay? This is what you see looking above it, and you can see the structures here, okay? This area over around here where the edges are where the tower is.
Okay.
if you look at those walls, they're not even completely going around the entire place. There's actually spots in there that aren't connected, and then like right here where the water is, that's where he's talking about, like some of the actual castle itself is standing above the water.
Okay.
And it's just amazing how they've done this. And then there's this part right here that's not, it doesn't have the caps on there, and then you can see these. And then over here, I couldn't really be able to tell which ones were like, or how many towers are actually on that castle, to be honest with you. There's so many.
When was the last time you were there?
Well, I wasn't there. I'm doing a computer graphic.
Wait, you've never
CGI.
been there?
I've never been there. I've been using this as a reference so that I could actually do a CGI with Blender, and it's just completely amazing to me, the structure here. And then they have these walls coming out and stretching around like this. It's hard to explain, but like when you're on Blender and you're trying to do a computer generation of this place, it just freaking makes you aware of how complex this structure is. I mean, it really is. It's really, really complex.
I'll be right back, guys, in about 15 minutes. Just gotta go pick up my son.
Okay. So, did Disney Magic Zach come back yet? So, what do you think about it so far, Mark? Do you when it comes
Interesting. Yeah, I've never really considered Disney World as being such an the word I'm looking for, architectural sort of.
I really didn't.
Oh, sorry guys, I'm back. How we doing?
It's fine. I was asking Mark what he thinks about it so far, and he's like me. And like before I started doing your project for you. You know, I never looked at the architecture of this stuff before either. You know, and I just showed him the above. You know, the map view from above.
Oh yeah.
And like on the structure, do you know for sure how many towers there are on that castle?
Not off the top of my head. I want to say like 10, but I'm not entirely sure.
Because that's what I was saying to Mark. I was like, I couldn't tell you honestly, and that's from using the above view and the straight view like that right there.
In this picture here, I can see 14.
14.
Yeah, I've counted
14.
14.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
15.
And I even looked at it from the above view, and I honestly can't tell you from that because there's a lot of shadow. You know what I mean?
That's it. Yeah. It's. I tell you what, when I go next year, I'll count them all and I'll let you all know.
And you know what? When you go next year, there's one thing that would help. Go inside that door and try to walk around the actual building.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like I will 100% do that.
You know
that's
what I mean?
That's something I want to do. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I want to go in that castle.
Or go in the castle too. Don't forget to do that.
Oh no, I will go in the castle.
but like on the outside too, like before you go in the castle, walk around the yard and stuff and see. I don't know if they'll let you walk all the way around it. I don't know, but
oh no, you can. Yeah, you can, because that's how you get to the other. Like to get to a side, Fantasyland's on the other side, so you kind of have to go past the castle to get into the park. Like I say, the castle is like the main hub. Like you can see it, you can pretty much see it from everywhere. When you're like above the land and things like you're above the land, because you know it's the main landmark of the park, so you can see it wherever you're at from, as long as you've got a high enough vantage point.
That's pretty cool. Like,
Yeah.
Technically, it's right in the centre of the park, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, you go down Main Street, and then you've got like the hub area, and then you've got the park, the castle. It's like a couple of feet. It's pretty much central, to be fair. Yeah. So.
well, for me, I think I've covered all the questions that I had about it now. And that's what I wanted to do, is focus on this castle, you know what I'm saying, for it. And then like later on we can cover some other stuff, but this
100%.
this one caught my mind.
The whole reason the big reason is the Disney community, in terms of like the Western part of it, the Western like fans and things like that. You're either a Disney World YouTuber and you know like all the ins and outs of like Walt Disney World, or you know all the ins and outs of Disneyland in California.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about Disneyland. I'm more of a Disney World kind of like enthusiast, because I love like all the history that goes into it. Obviously it crosses over, because obviously Disneyland is the main like OG park and things like that. But for me, because Disney World was like the first American park that I went to, it's always going to hold a special place in my heart, and it's the one that I fondly remember. It's the one that I treasure and love like the most. So it's kind of like my little passion project to find out as much information about it as possible. So
Yeah. Now, tomorrow on Discord, I'm going to do another one with you and Middle Age Magic, isn't that what she goes?
Oh yeah. So there's two. So we've got. I had Sammy on my podcast, and her partner of the channel. They work together on the channel. Sharon, they're both coming tomorrow. I do need to send them out invites to the Home Away from YouTube group, so I will do that when we're done here. I'll send them off a link, and we can get them invited and stuff like that.
Now, just to be, or let me just say it. Whenever we do this, I think, since you're the one that runs Home Away from YouTube, and they're more familiar with you, you should host it, and I'll do all the camera work and videoing and everything for you. But,
that sounds good. I'm happy with that.
You know
However you want to run it, mate. However you want to run it.
Because I think that would be really, really good to do it that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because this is going to be pretty good. Like, I have a pretty good feeling that that's going to be good. So.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And it's going to be shared on here too. I'll share the everything I do on Discord. I share on mine too. So
yeah.
It's like you're not being left out over here. Ask these guys. I keep driving them nuts with all your videos.
Tell you what, y'all are gonna be sick of me. Like, oh, fucking that guy again.
Yeah. I have a feeling that's why Robot doesn't ask you conspiracy theory stuff anymore, because he's like, man, Roger's fucking crazy. He keeps bringing that Zach on here.
Yeah. That guy did a fucking video about it. Damn it.
It's like, how many times you gotta listen about freaking Disneyland? But to be fair,
Robot.
Go ahead.
Robot's also big on conspiracy.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So there was I did a video on Disney conspiracy theories, and the whole reason why I did that video was that from the questions from Mr. Robot was that it'd be interesting to know if Disney was a Freemason. I was like, I did the research. Turns out he was kind of like a Freemason. He wasn't like a full member, but he was part of like a youth group of like a youth order of the Freemasons called the Demole Group. And I was like, yeah, cool. This is some good shit. Like, I'm going to make a video about this. Lo and behold, I did, and it completely tanked. Like, but hey, it was fun to make.
Well, I mean, Disney. Disney fans, they don't want to hear that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
That is very true. That is very true. That is very true.
That's why it tanked. You posted in the wrong circle.
All you really got to do, and I'm not saying like get Minds Plus or nothing. Just get a Minds account and post all your crazy stuff on here. Just if you think it's
good idea.
If you think it's just too far-fetched for your regular people on Disney, put it on Minds. They'll eat it. They'll eat it up, dude, like you would believe.
There's an audience for everything, man. There's got to be. But yeah, no, it was a fun video to make because the way I did it was like one of those. Do you remember those really cheesy like paranormal TV shows from like the early 2000s?
Yeah.
That's how I made it. That's why I put you've watched the video, Roger. It's why I put that stupid voice on.
Yeah.
Because there was one guy that was like tonight on, but it was like I need to do that voice, my guy. Like it's so funny not to.
Yeah.
I mean, there's those sort of hunters on the History Channel type stuff. Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
Somebody even said he looked like James Bond, and I said no. He should have had a different shirt on. If he had a different shirt on, he'd have been James Bond. But
that's it. I didn't have a white shirt, and I didn't have like a black tuxedo. But like, I tell you what, the next time I'm dressing up like fully fancy is for this that awards thing that I've got going on. I'm getting Doug's help with that. I'm gonna get him to. He's doing like all the graphics and things like that for it. So I'm looking forward to doing that. He's gonna like green screen it and crap like that. So it's gonna be a big like end of year project. Looking forward to doing that. For like the big video for the end of the year. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm gonna try and find like a really nice suit as well to like pick up and try and look extra fancy. So
now remember to put a flower in your pocket if you're going to wear a suit. Make it look nice and appropriate and everything and stuff like that, because that'd be Walt Disney tradition right there, big time.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, if I could grow a mustache, I'd dress up as Walt, but I can't grow a mustache.
Well,
it's the old. Yeah, it's the weak part of my beard.
You don't want to do that. I mean,
no, I don't want to do that. I don't suit a mustache at all.
Well, I mean, like Walt Disney, you know what I'm saying? People gonna be like, "Oh my God, Zach's flipping out, dude." He's
gone too far, man. He's gone too far.
That'd be too hardcore then. Really hardcore Walt Disney fan.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like everybody already looks at Zach like that.
To be fair, though, let me see if I can find it, because there is someone that did dress up as Walt in the parks, and he looks like it's really. I think it's a TikTok. Cosplay. Let me see if I can find. Where is the dude? I'm pretty sure it's a video. It is a video, but oh yeah, this is it. This is the guy. This is the one. Let me see if I can. All right, so I'll share my screen and I will. Okay. This guy is insane. He looks so cool. Like he proper like dressed up as Walt and did it. It's really, really cool. Oh, excuse me.
Did you fart?
There we go. It is really cool.
It was actually my third outing as Walt on Dapper Day. we saw the line for Mickey, so we stood in line like everybody else. The cast member at the time is walking through the line. He's saying, well, they're going to cut off the line. He looks at me and he goes, come here. So he moves us over by the door jamb in front of the Mad Hatter shop. And they literally wait for Mickey to go through his line, and they direct Mickey over to me, and you saw what happened. Mickey stops
cool.
and literally is staring. And I literally almost did this. And then Mickey snapped out of it, and then you saw the hug. And that hug was a long hug, as hugs go for the characters. It was extremely genuine. That cast member was stunned. We found out later that some of the cast members backstage are saying Walt is in the park.
It's so cool, man. Like it's like that guy went viral for being like looking like Walt, and it's impressive, man. Like that's very cool. Very, very cool. Very cool.
That is pretty cool. I like that. So tomorrow at I've got it written down on my schedule and stuff. So tomorrow it's at
8 p.m. for me, isn't it?
8
Well,
p.m.
for
for
us-
you, yeah. So it'll
For
be
us three, yeah.
it'll be 2:00 tomorrow that we'll do it on Discord, and then after that I'm gonna archive it on YouTube, and I'll archive this on my main YouTube channel too.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
So it's going to be on Minds, Odyssey, and Rumble. So you're getting closer to stardom, and
Let's go.
tomorrow I'll be on. I've actually been able to pull this off. I was really amazed I could do this, and then I still have more interviews for gaming that's coming up.
Oh, amazing,
So,
amazing.
Just so you know, stuff on home away from YouTube is going to be hitting off pretty good too. So I'll have a lot more stuff on
100%.
that. And
Amazing.
I just want to thank you for coming on here, man, because you come up with some good stuff. And
No, thank you for having me once again, man. It's always a pleasure, whether I'm being interviewed or being the interviewer. It's always a good time. I enjoy being here with you guys. I really do. It's great, man. It really is really good.
we tried to get Robot in here, but he's a rebel now. He's a rebel.
Robot's got company, and he's watching The Matrix on Cosmos.
Yeah. That's what he
Fair.
says.
I mean, the Matrix is priority, man.
He likes to play it off like he's actually got friends, and everybody knows.
You think he's got like a voice mod there? He's talking to himself.
I'd almost guarantee it, dude. I would almost guarantee it. Robot's crazy. Last night we had this tech talk, okay, and he says one word, and it got freaking banned from YouTube. I got a warning.
Oh my gosh.
I had to do the test.
Oh, really?
Yes, because of one word.
Oh
wow.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
What word was that? Oh, you don't want to say it now. You don't
I can't say
ban on you.
it. I'll just put it to you this way. There's a reason why freaking Jeffy never uses the word V for vaccines.
Ah.
Yeah. And
oh gosh.
Robot had to.
Freaking Google.
It was that one word. It was like they let me review what was being blocked, why the video was being blocked, and the first word that popped in was that word, and I was like, oh man.
Wow.
And the topic, coincidentally, was about AI.
Did you cut out and re-upload the video?
I could do that, but I don't want to take any chances. We've got Mr. Robot on there. I mean, what? Yeah, I mean, what if that's not the only word?
I want to listen to that part to see how bad it is. I don't think he's.
It was awesome.
Yeah, I don't recall him saying anything.
It was an ingredient. It was an ingredient. I don't want to get too far into it because I would like to put this on YouTube. You know what I mean? I love Mr. Robot to death, man, but he keeps getting me into trouble. Yes.
Those are the best kind of friends, though, Roger.
Yeah, I know. It's, Rapid does that to me on Discord as well. Like, and then,
Oh yeah.
Then old John. Every time I get away from the video games and I think I'm getting ahead, he's like, "Hey man, you want to try this game?" He'll send me a link to a new video game. So all of a sudden I'm sucked into something else. I'm surrounded by it. So
yeah, that's how it be. And here I am sucking you into being a Disney adult.
I'm actually getting curious. I really am getting curious. There's a lot of good stuff there.
It's a rich history, man. It's a rich history. It's always something new to learn.
Okay, now before we end this, I want to ask you a serious question. Okay, now the story about Mickey Mouse with Walt Disney and him releasing the mouse, is that true?
In terms of what, like back in the day, or like in
back
the next,
when he was a little kid, the story where he found the mouse and he released it, and then later on he created Mickey Mouse because of that story.
So, yes and no. So the story goes, the first Mickey wasn't the first creation that Walt made. It was Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, and at the time Walt was working with the head of Universal, who had the rights to Oswald up until I think 2015 or 2014. It's been very recent, and so they didn't have the rights to it, and this all happened in New York. So Walt was up in New York trying to get this deal sorted, trying to get the rights to Oswald, and it was just a no-go. So on the train ride back there, him and he was making like a sketch of, doodling to relieve stress and things like that, because, Walt drew when he was stressed and things like that. So he drew, and he drew this character that resembled a mouse, and he sent it to. He got back down to LA, and he got he talked to Ub, who was like his main animator at the time, Ub Iwerks, and he was like, "I've got this character. Can we do something with it?" And Ub was like, "Yeah, give me a couple of hours. I'll see what I can do." Now, in terms of the mouse, there was a mouse in the studio, but it wasn't Walt that found it. It was his future wife Lillian, who found the mouse and decided to let it go and get it out and things like that. With Walt's help and things like that. But Walt originally wanted to call Mickey Mouse Mortimer, and Lillian was like, "No, don't call it Mortimer. We need something friendly. We need something relatable. We need something easy." And he was like, "Okay, well, we'll call him Mick, or we'll call him Mickey." And Mickey Mouse was born, and as they say, the rest is history. So in terms of the mouse and things like that, like the real mouse, yeah, I mean, it probably made kind of like an inspiration for it, but it was that drawing from Walt losing Oswald that created Mickey Mouse, and having the biggest star that we could ever possibly have to this day. But yeah.
Okay. So see, I think that's a perfect way to end it. Now, before we go, give your plugs so that we know how to get in touch with you and watch your stuff.
Yeah. So you can follow me over on YouTube. I have a podcast and on a channel called Disney Magic Is That. You can follow my adventures there. I do a lot of like movie reviews. I do a lot of like random Disney videos. And I also do a podcast called the Disney Magic Podcast, where I have a plethora of guests, from past cast members to other Disney vloggers, things like that, where we just share stories. We talk about everything Disney, and you can go follow me there as well, at Disney Magic Zach on there. I don't do socials much, but you can find me on Discord if you want to join. If you want to, get in touch, you can find me there, at Zach Your Boy. That'd be ZACKYABOI. Feel free to add me as a friend. We can have a chat. You can join my server, the Disney Magic Zach server. You get access to videos. You can talk to all the other different members, things like that. But yeah, thank you, Roger, and thank you everyone for having me here. It's always a fun time being here with you all. And yeah, thank you very much for enduring my Disney fandom once again. It's been fun.
I will end it here, and we will be more than happy to have you back again at some other time to drive these people
100%.
crazy. And
happily.
and I guess that'll be it.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.